You guys hear me? I'm hoping you can. But welcome. It's a beautiful day. I think it's about to start raining here in New York pretty soon. So yeah. So if I apologize if the lighting gets a little bit dark. I've turned on some lights to make sure that it's still bright and everything. But damn, we got a lot of action today in the chat. What's up, everybody? Holy shit! Give me a moment. Let me just make sure that the stream is working. I know it's working for YouTube, but I just want to make sure for whatchamacallit, for Twitter that it's working. Bear with me one moment. Looks like it's working. Okay. Let me just put a link in real quick. Hey. Alright, Twitter does seem to be working. Alright, well, I hope you guys like that little intro. It's new. Yeah, we're leveling up today. um, but guys, first things first. Look at that. Look at that. Obviously, for those of you who have been following along with my streams, you know how I have been anticipating this level right here for a very, very long time. And this was basically like one of my final checkpoints that I needed to know that we're about to get some spicy action coming up soon. Just like when we hit $10 back in April of 2024, which was also the bottom back in February of 2021. Basically that double touch, that double bottom. If we go all the way back, let's turn these off, this is too much. If we go all the way back, so this was the bottom in April of 2024, and then we hit that peak at 80 bucks. And then when we came down again, the bottom ended up being 1757, and that was, I believe, pre-market in August of 24. But if we just go to regular market hours, then the real bottom was 1770 back on May 24th of 2024. So because of the Lego chart, I think we're good now that we've hit this, because the way the Lego chart was, it wasn't going to hit all the way back here. It's like a little bit higher. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go back down to 1770, but I'm not really anticipating it. I think this was legitimately the bottom. We might go through like another squeeze scenario where we hit like a new like a higher high, and then we come back down to 17 later, like years from now. But I don't think so. But again, I've been wrong in terms of like where the exact bottom is. But for right now, we are exactly where I wanted us to be. I was telling you guys from my December stream of last year, I thought that 18 was going to hit in April, and then because of Ryan Cohen's buys, that didn't happen that way, because he ended up like pushing it up higher than where it could have gone down to. But now that we're here in August, now that we've hit 18, I think personally we're good to go for big boomies come like October-ish time zone. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Let me just say hi to everybody. Adam, how you doing, my man? Good to see you. Mike Ashton, as always. Pleasure. Money Mart Mike, how you doing, my dude? Davy boy, what's up? What's up? Thumbs up indeed, my man. Oh man. A lot of chatter today. I love that. I love that. Josh Bertrand, how you doing, my dude? Glad to see you as always. Love your input. And Mike Ashton, no, it's still Twitter in my heart, bro. It's still Twitter. um You aren't that important. Welcome again, my dude. Yeah, this one is gonna be fucking juicy, dude, because the prophecy has come to fruition. Yeah, Mike D, how you doing, my dude? What does GA mean? That for Georgia? That's the only GA I know. That or general admission for concert tickets. Oh man. Yes, Mike, just not wrong, just early. I agree. I agree. But that's also like the beauty about what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out when exactly it's going to happen, or at least within a good, like, a respectable, um, what's the word? Not barrier, but like, can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. Damn. But I'm trying to get it close enough where it's within an acceptable threshold. Yeah. Let's see. Beyond the Bell, how you doing? Yeah, great to see you as well. Fox evening to you. It's 3:40 here, but I mean with the rain, it might look dark. Yeah. Plasmatron Laboratories, nice to see you as well. Magic Box Nostalgia, I've missed you guys as well. Thank you very much for joining. Mike Diaz, I believe I said hello to you already, but good afternoon to you as well. Winston, how you doing, my man? Mr. 22 himself. Man, good to see you. Good to see you. All right, let's get started, everybody, because we got some spice to talk about today. So if you guys remember the last stream that I had, what the hell was the name of it? It was they said it was impossible, I believe. But then this time, and then we proved them wrong. I wanted to create just a continued like title. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was kind of worried that I was gonna, because I originally wanted to do this stream today on 8/8 because I just like this date in general. And I wasn't sure if I was gonna get like some good news in time to do it. But then this past week, Ryan Cohen with the convertible note exchange event, it was beautiful. Everything worked out. It was perfect. So, man, oh man, I'm very thankful for this week. Everything went the way I wanted it to. I was able to get my account squared away. I was able to get my Roth IRA like options trading squared away, and I've already started to buy leaps. I bought an $18 call for December of 2028, and then I'm gonna be looking to dollar cost average in a little bit. Just to see, like, I want to wait to see like where the price is going to be this next month, and I also want to see what happens during September earnings. But we'll get into what I think is going to happen. But I'm just going to start dollar cost averaging now because I think this bottom is a great place to fucking load up the boat. I've been saying anything below Ryan Cohen's recent cost bases at 21, like 35, anything below that is a fucking steal. And I stand by that, and I've been loading up the boat since then. I bought shares at 1922 this week, or on Monday actually, like right around market open. And then I bought a leap like on Thursday or something like that once my account was good to go. And so it's been a great week. Yeah. But January to April, we were doing a lot of waiting, M&A rumors and whatnot. And then I said, listen, guys, I don't think anything's going to happen with the M&A until May. And then boom, May fucking 1st, we get a fucking article that says, hey, I was thinking about eBay. And then I was like, whoa, what did I say? What did I say? And then I was waiting for 18 in August. And then, whoa, what did I say? Or actually, to be technical. I was waiting for a downward catalyst to 18 that would happen mid to the end of July. The first trading day in August happened. That's when it happened. That's close enough for me. And then now we're back to waiting again. So this is everything that we're going to go over today. Table of contents. I'm going to be going over my Squeesis again, which is the squeeze thesis. Going over just what I was talking about last year. I believe I started it. I talked to you about it in December. So we'll go over it again just so you guys can be reminded of what my ultimate goal is with this puzzle and what I actually mean when I'm talking about the puzzle. And then we're going to recap of what's been happening since December of last year all the way to July. We're going to be talking about the Massive CHX Order, Chicago Exchange Order, all the Chewy stuff, the earnings and delegend analysis. And we're going to be talking about the major updates that have happened since my last stream. And then the new developments with eBay and the exercising of the options, and then also this exchange event, and then also Bed Bath & Beyond changing to neighborhood intelligence. I think that was the name of it. And then we talked about finishing up the dog days of summer and that theory again, GME 18, and also what's in the box. And then we're going to be talking about what I'm foreseeing for the rest of 2026, what the next moves that I am anticipating, what is going over the stoplight theory again, basically what's the Boomie checklist, XRT on REGSHO and the stoplight DD Lego chart, and then basically what I'm kind of expecting to happen in September, October, all the way to December. And then after I've talked about like all of 2026, I want to go and do a very broad recap of all the big stuff that has happened from 2020 or 2018 all the way until now. 2018 was when a lot of big players like Michael Burry and Ryan Cohen, that's when they started their original GameStop positions. And so I think that would be a good point to start for the history, because I believe it's important that we talk about where we came from so that we can kind of get an idea of where we could go next. And then some other topics that we're going to be talking about will be Roaring Kitty's possible return dates, and then Bitcoin, and then crypto. Talk about Loopring for just a little bit. And then a little bit of some macro analysis with SPY, and then final thoughts. That's how we're going to be closing it out. Whew. It's a lot. But going back to the Squeesis theory, basically, this is what I proposed to you guys back in October 12th from my Morton Just Glad I Didn't Say Banana stream. Basically, the question I've been trying to answer for the past 5.5 years, basically the entire time that I started this play, is why does GME have a very cyclical rhythm to it? Why are there boomies at certain points? And then can these boomie dates be accurately predicted beforehand using publicly available data? Basically, how does Roaring Kitty do what he do? How is he able to fucking pinpoint all of these boomies so perfectly? And so the Squeesis, the theory itself is, yes, these boomie dates can be predicted, bottoms and tops can be predicted, cycles can be charted, and then the Roaring Kitty and some of Ryan Cohen's memes are hints to solving the puzzle. They're trying to help us out. They're trying to communicate in a way that they're not going to get in trouble. And then the method for doing all of this is huffing weaponized retardium, but more accurately, it's going to be C plus 35, which is calendar days plus 35, and then T plus 35, which is trading days plus 35. And then there's also like a little bit of wiggle room for the calendar days plus 147, and then trading days plus 105. The plus 105 is basically 3 cycles of T plus 35. 35 times 3 equals 105. And then the ultimate goal of this is to profit off of the Ponzi scheme in a morally, ethically, and legally acceptable way. I'm basically for my life, and what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to maximize the efficiency of my money earned to time and energy spent. That return on investment ratio, I'm trying to get that as high as possible. And then when we're done, it's going to be V for Vini Vidi Vici, which is I came, I saw, I conquered. And we're going to go into basically like what evidence is there that there's even a puzzle at all. And back in the Matrix, the first Matrix, Morpheus says that one of the ways that they can defeat the computer, he says, yet their strength and their speed are still based in a world that is built on rules. Because of that, they will never be as retarded or as solvent as you can be. That's my own version of it. But basically, because the computer works in a rule set, because the algorithm has to work within a specific parameter, that is the reason why we can predict these to a certain degree of accuracy. I'm going to go and play this clip for you from I believe this was my March stream. But I'll hide myself real quick. And then play this for you guys. I know that a bunch of people have like laid out their own like theories and stuff. Actually, let me check the chart real quick. Okay, we're still there. I know that a lot of people have tried to basically explain the settlement cycles in different DDs over the years, and I've read a lot of them in the hopes of trying to understand it myself. But it wasn't until this guy put it out that it finally like clicked for me. And there's different reasons for that. And I don't know if anybody else has like put it all out before. But credit to him for putting it out in a way that I understood. So basically, if we're looking at the there's different the notional for that. Basically, what I understand about the notional is that that's the amount of money that it takes to fucking like clear out these failure to delivers, because these numbers, you have to multiply them by the cost per share. And if I understand this correctly, excuse me, basically the notional is like the total amount of money that it'll cost to fucking close these out. So basically what we saw from Ryan Cohen's, let me make this bigger for you, biggest whole big January 30th and beyond. Sorry, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. We want to get to the part where I talk about the rules itself. Basically, on that on this page that I was talking about, this goes into it. But basically, the way I see it is C plus 34 is the appetizer day. This is where you're just getting little finger foods. It's a little taste of what's to come. But basically, let's read part 2. If a participant is of a registered clearing agency has a failure to deliver position at a registered clearing agency in an equity security resulting from a sale of a security that a person is deemed to own pursuant to blah blah blah, and that such person intends to deliver as soon as all restrictions on delivery have been removed, the participant shall, and then this is the important part, by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the 35th consecutive calendar day following the trade date for the transaction. So basically, how to dumb that down for everybody. I'm gonna move my head again. Whoops. So that was the C plus 35. And then let me skip ahead to T plus 35. And for this stream in particular, I'm going to have a giant list of links to all of like the... I'm referencing a lot of previous material that I've talked about, and so I'm going to link all of it for you guys to check it out on your own time if you would like. Where's T plus 35? Come on, give it to me. During transit time, like the extra oomph to it. In my opinion, this is the main course and the side dish meal. So that's what it looks like. And then this was the meme that I made. Magic 8 Ball will MM finally play by the rules and deliver on T plus 35? I hope you understand the emoji timeline sequence. For today, I think we are here. Yeah, you guys can watch that later if you want, like, because I go into it more in depth. But basically, there's legitimate rules for why these FTDs need to be closed out on a specific timeline. And because there's rules to it, because there's parameters to it, we can guesstimate with a certain amount of accuracy when there is likely to be a big boom. I have personally looked at peaks and valleys and then seen multiple instances all the way back to like 2021 and probably beyond, or actually since February of 2020 at the very least. There is just like repeated cycles where there's a huge amount of FTDs one day, and then C plus 34 or C plus 35 days after that, there's some weird explosion that happens, and then at the T plus 35 mark as well, there's also a possibility of a big explosion if that FTD chain didn't already close out beforehand during that calendar, the C plus 35 cycle. And so because of these parameters, there's a way for us to figure out when is there likely to be big boomies. I haven't perfected the formula yet. I haven't gotten it perfect yet. But I mean, you guys have seen my predictions for this past year. Better than nothing for sure. And definitely better than what we had back in 2021, 2022. And in my own analysis of like other people and what they've put out, I think I'm one of the best predictors of when big boomies is going to happen. And so I would really, really like to solve the puzzle this year and to get it close enough to perfect. I am at a point now where I think even Roaring Kitty can't get it perfect. But getting it within a week is awesome. Getting it within a 2-week period is almost as awesome. Getting it within a month period, that's also awesome, because it just depends on how far out we can buy these options and how much data we have left on the timeline when we enter at the bottom and when we can expect to let go at the top. And if we're close enough, listen, that's better than nothing. I'll eventually do a video or maybe a write-up on looking back in 2024, April, or going from March to May of 2024, that T plus 35 day timeline that basically stems from March earnings in 2024. Whoops. So, oh, wait, let's do this. Whoops. Can you guys see that perfectly? Okay, cool. I'm gonna move it over just a little bit. So here was earnings. That's weird. Where's the little... Where's the earnings symbol? Weird. Anyway, this was March earnings right here. So if we're looking, this 35 bars, one trading day per bar. So this is a 35-day period. This big pump on the day before earnings, 35 trading days after that, was the exact peak Tuesday, 5/14. This is not a coincidence. This is something that we need to understand about these cycles. There is something here. And I'm eventually going to do a video that goes into it in depth of like, how did we get here? How did we get to this bottom? How do we figure out all of that? I'm still working on it because obviously I haven't perfected this puzzle yet, but it's right there. It's literally right there. And then there's just too many instances of this calendar day 35 and trading day 35 cycle. There's just too many instances. Anybody who says that there's not a puzzle, there's not a cycle, don't listen to them, because that is just flat out wrong. And for the people who are digging into it, who have spent a lot of time just like I have, thank you. I appreciate you guys digging into it as well. And then this is what the prime, like everybody talks about fractals all the time, like what the shape is, what is that repeating pattern. And then so this little shape right here, this is the closing price, or was it the closing price, or maybe it's the peak price, I don't know. It's the general shape from January of 2021 all the way to May of 2024. This is more or less the shape of a repeating pattern. And so prime fractal, that's like the core repeating fractal. What does it look like on like the perfect level? That was a question that I had that I tried to answer. And then so back in January of this year, I presented this to you guys, the 5-point fractal, which is basically one. That was January of 2021. And then point 2, which was May of 2024. And then we have 3 more points left. Basically, you take the tops of them and then it goes down. So what this ends up looking like is basically this. Let me the white one, the white line is for the extended trading hours. That's the one that goes up all the way to 80 on May of 24. And then the pink line is for the regular trading day hours. So I'm not sure exactly how this is going to hit the next time, but basically we're waiting for point 3, where it hits either this pink line or this white line or both. I wouldn't be surprised if it hits the pink line during regular trading hours and then the white line during extended hours. I don't know exactly how it'll happen, but that's what I'm foreseeing next, is that we need to hit this line again. We're waiting for point 3. And back in January of this year in my streams, I said that point 3 was going to come after we hit $17 or $18, which we just did. And then we're basically waiting for like December of this year. That's what I'm guessing will be 0.3. And then after we hit 0.3, then I'll regroup and then see about 0.4 and 0.5. But let's get to 0.3 first. But basically 0.5, whenever that happens, that's going to be the real MOAS. That's going to be, oh, we've hit this bottom again, and then boom. So that's the big picture of what I'm waiting on next. And then one of the big concepts that I've been talking to you guys about is the ABC, the annual Boomie cycle. There is some sort of cyclical pattern that happens every single year because of the way that the FTDs are set up. And this image down here, this is a visual representation of what it looks like. It basically, so I have it going from January to February, because basically January starts with the dump. And then during this dump, you get a whole bunch of FTDs that are created. And then from these FTDs, you basically have a C plus 34 cycle and a T plus 35 cycle. That basically, it brings us into February and March. So February and March, this is going to be cyclically the lows right after January, where it's going to be low volume comparatively to the rest of this first cycle right here. It's also going to be low volatility. And we've seen that pretty much year after year since the squeeze, where February and March, they are basically the downies for the most part comparatively. December and January is where the peak of that period is, and then it goes down. And then once we hit March, March basically does like a shuffle period where it's up and down, up and down, up and down. And then right here, up and down. And then comparatively to the rest of the movement, it just does this big up and down thing. For this year in March, because of Ryan Cohn's buy in January, that kind of messed up the cycle a little bit. So just something to keep in mind. There are certain things such as very large buys that can fluctuate the cycle a little bit. But basically in March, you get that shuffling zone, which is the shuffle symbol right here. And then basically September does a very similar thing to that. So March and September, basically around earnings time, that is when I foresee a MOAF, a mother of all farts, which is basically that giant pew pew. And then it resets itself. And then after that, from that pew pew moment, this creates an even bigger C plus 34 and T plus 35 FTD cycle. And then basically that culminates in May. The May peak. And then once it does that peak, that's when the reset button gets pushed again. And then basically like January, the FTDs get reset again. The price comes down to the lows. And then after that reset button gets pushed, basically June and July, it's the echoes. Like whatever is left from those FTDs, it repeats itself to a lesser degree. And then that's what we saw this year. This was the peak in May, and then echo right here, until finally drop down. And so basically it goes through this interesting pattern where the first half of the year it does that repeating pattern, and then the second half of the year it does basically pretty much the same thing, where July and August, those are the lows, just like February and March. September, just like March, is also a reshuffling period. And then from October, November, and December, there is that big FTD cycle that happens. And then December usually will be the big reset, where it peaks out just like in May, and then it resets, drops down. And then January 7th-ish is usually when all of the remaining pressure that the upward movement has, that's when it gets used up. And then either like January 7th or January 9th, everything just starts dumping from there. And then the annual cycle repeats again. I don't know exactly why January. The only reason I can guess is because of something to do with tax loss slash tax gains harvesting for the end of the year. And then all that pressure just finishing out, and then January dumps. That's the only reason that I can foresee right now, other than January equity leaps, which are in like specifically January, but there's also some in, I believe, June and December. But I'll get into like more in depth into that in a different video once I've figured out the puzzle completely. But that's the annual Boomie cycle. And so recapping basically from the last video that I had, which was on June 15th, oh man, we have to basically recap all the way from December of last year, because pretty much everything that happened this year, it came after this giant fucking massive Chicago exchange order on December 3rd, 2025. Everything began with that order. And the reason that it worked out perfectly was because if you look at C plus 35 from there, that's when it topped off at January 7th, right there, perfectly. And then like 2 weeks after, Ryan Cohen bought. And then right after that, though, the T plus 35 from that was this peak right here. And that coincided directly with the day that Dr. Burry announced that he had opened a GME position again. And then I just want to zoom in for you guys so you can see that movement. This was that giant Chicago exchange order. And then this was the C plus 35 peak. And then this was the T plus 35 peak. And obviously there's a little more action from that because of Ryan Cohen's buys, and then also because of the FTDs from Dr. Burry's buys. So then that peak actually ended up being, I believe it was February 2nd, 2-2. But just to reiterate what that day was, what 12-3 was actually, it started because we saw a giant 4 million share buy Chicago block, on that day. And Altimeter found that it was matched up against a giant flex options order for $32, the strike price, and it was a call for January 2028, and it was for 80,000 of them. So the equivalent of what is that? Add 2 zeros. What is that? 8 million shares. Yeah, 8 million shares. So that 4 million share buy was to basically hedge against that option. I'm actually gonna open up real quick, because this is a flex option, so it's not going to show up on the regular options chain. But I do want to show you guys what the closest equivalent of that option is. And that's going to be the 32 strike call for January 21st. Which is interesting because the flex option was for January 20th. So it's literally just one extra day. So I'm not exactly sure why this trader opened up a flex call instead of just buying the regular call on the chain. But this is what it currently is. So it's basically trading at about 1.91 for each of those contracts. I wonder. trying to think if there's a way that I can show it to you back in December, what it looked like. I'll try to figure that out for the next video, I guess. But, oh, okay. Well, actually, no, it'd be GME1. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so that flex option, it was it had the warrants as well. So this is GME1. So it hasn't traded for a little bit, but it's basically about 10% more expensive than the regular GME1 or the regular GME call, because of the warrants being worth about 1/10 of the price. Yeah. That day in specific was super important. One, because it was the largest Chicago exchange order that we've had, like possibly ever. But also it was a day where 39% of the day's trading volume was on the Chicago exchange. Usually most of the volume on the day is either through the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, or on dark pools. But that day in particular, the Chicago exchange had almost 40%. So that's just ridiculous. It's unheard of. And it's completely like, that has never been seen before in the history of like GME, from my understanding. And so that's why it's super important. But then also, that day in particular, the failures to deliver had $48 million in notional, and it was for 2 million shares failed to deliver on that day. It completely dwarfed every single other trading day in a very, very long time. The last time that we had anything even comparable to it was the last summer, on June 12th, 2025, the convertible note number 2 dump, which was right here, this giant dump right here. And that was for 33 million notional and 1.5 million shares. So a difference of, what is that, $14 million and about 500,000 shares, which 500,000 shares, that's literally, Ryan Cohen has bought 500,000 shares multiple times now. So just to kind of show you guys how big of an order it is, it's basically like one Ryan Cohen buy. That's how big of an FTD it was. And then just to, hold on. Just to put it into context how big of a deal that is, this was the FTDs from May of 2024. Not even close. Notionals, not even close. The biggest day was May 13th, which was only 17 million, and that was only for 571,000 shares. Nowhere near comparable. This is like a quarter of the size of the FTD. And then going back even further, the last time that we saw anything even comparable to this was during the summer of 2022, during the Splividend, which, I mean, these numbers completely are so much higher than anything that we've seen since then. So the Splividend area, Splividend time, 2022 summer, that was the last time that we saw anything like this. But then also this was like so much bigger than what we saw for that December 3rd, 2025, because this was like multiple fucking days in a row where it was all like that. And then we haven't seen anything since then, not even May 2024. I wanted to put that into context for you guys so you understand where I'm coming from with all of this. And then so the big things that have happened so far in 2026, and this, I believe I put this list in like most recent, and And so basically we had that convertible note private exchange, basically taking $1.4 billion out of our debt, and they're exchanging it for shares. We're currently in a VWAP period where the pricing is going to be established for this early redemption of the notes. And I have a portion where we're going to get more into this, but this VWAP period will be very interesting. And then also during this last June earnings and the annual meeting, we raised up our shares authorization from 1 billion shares to 2.5 billion shares. Currently we only have about like 448 million shares like established. That's how big our total shares outstanding is. And so this gave us a lot of wiggle room for us to basically make a lot of moves in the future. Moves for M&A trading, share exchanges, but then also for possible Teddy share exchanges, and then also for ATMs, at the market offerings. And then also we raised our share repurchase program to 2 billion shares. I believe before that it was 1 billion shares. So we doubled that, and I'll get into what I think could happen with buybacks in just a little bit. And then also recently, back in June, Ryan Cohen provided forward guidance for the first time since his tenure, basically giving us an overview of what we can foresee for the metrics of the financials for GameStop and how good of the rest of the year it's going to look like. And I believe that he did this in order to basically tell all of the eBay shareholders, hey, this is what I foresee happening in the future for GameStop, just so that you guys have a more accurate understanding of our financials before we get into the shareholder vote to basically have eBay decide the fate of whether or not they want to be bought out by GameStop. And then we had the cancellation of Ryan Cohen's compensation award. I believe that'll come up again later. But for as of right now, that whole plan is nixed. And then back in May, we have the eBay M&A, and then the proposal won at $125 a share, which basically equals out to $55.5 billion for the buyout. That's proposal one, which was then rejected by the eBay board. And so the next step that we're waiting on is basically some kind of tender offer, which basically brings a proxy vote to the eBay shareholders for them to vote and basically say, hey, we want to get bought out and we're willing to do it at this price. And then we'll have to go from there. And then we also had the Power Packs official launch. I forget when that was. Where is it? Oh, that was back in April. And then Power Packs has been doing really well. Gambling on Pokemon cards, yay. And then recently, Loop Ring finally died, kicked the bucket, sunsetted literally like all of their products. I'll get into that once we go into Bitcoin and crypto. But yeah, rest in peace, I guess, Loop Ring. And then back in January, Ryan Cohen bought 1 million more shares. So currently, if we're including his warrants, which I'm pretty confident that he's going to exercise them, he's currently at 42 million shares, which is 9.39% ownership of GameStop. Once we're like fully dilutive, and then his average price in January was $21.36. And then his previous buy before that was at the lows in April of 2025, and that was at $21.55 average price. And so the $19 that we see right now, listen, if Ryan Cohen's willing to buy at 21, you should be willing to buy GameStop at 19, at 18. This is a perfect time to load up. Not financial advice, obviously, but I have done it, and I think other people have done it. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Roaring Kitty's done it, because this is just a perfect time to do so. Yeah, and then this is just to show you guys the investor page, what it looks like. Basically, this is up until now. This is very current. This is just the major stuff that's happened this year from that page, which Once we get into the broad recap, looking back on everything that's happened just from the investor page, it gives us a really clear historical overview of where we've come from. And I think that that's going to be super helpful for us to see where we're going next. Yeah. And just to reiterate, this is a post that I made in a reply to Jake 2B. And this is something that I said back in February of this year. I keep on bringing it up because this timeline that I established back in February, right after the M&As was rumored, or I said this is likely going to be the timeline of what I foresee, basically in conjunction with the ABC, the annual Boomie cycle. It makes sense for Ryan Cohen to follow the cycles in order for him to do what he's doing, in order to capitalize on everything to its highest degree. And so to reiterate, I want to go through the bolded parts. I do feel like M&A, remember, this is back in February. This is what I said. I do feel like the M&A news will come in stages and something big will happen in May. That's when we got the actual announcement. But it won't be the Teddy unveil. That was correct. And then I agree that June's annual meeting will be like a final huddle, one last moment to get the ducks in order before the plan goes into overdrive. From what I can foresee right now, yeah, that is absolutely going towards plan. And then something tells me that Teddy will come after June. In other words, we're just starting the foreplay on M&A sequence of events, and then Teddy will be the main event. Something huge needs to happen before the warrants expire in October. There needs to be a catalyst to launch us well past 32 by November in order to make them attractive to exercise. So I'm guessing we get some Teddy level news in August or September. We are right in that sweet spot. And there's just been a lot of stuff happening with Teddy.com redirecting to GameStop, and then also a lot of stuff happening with BBBY, and then a lot of stuff happening with the court cases that were involved with the BBBY bankruptcy. A lot of things are falling into place. I don't exactly understand like the legal logistics of it all, because I'm not a lawyer, and that's just like really far out of my wheelhouse. My brain gets like super retarded when I think about like law and shit like that, and so I'm just like, I'll let somebody else figure that out. I pay attention to other people's theories and whatnot, but I can't really speak much on it. So I'll try to withhold from that. I'm more about the timing of everything. But then after September earnings could be where all the pieces are finally lining up, the dominoes ready to be pushed. And then with that extra 1.9 billion from warrant exercising, that could help us with the final M&A to complete the Grandmaster scheme. 741 in December. I don't know. I did originally say that I thought that we were going to get the like the final M&A stuff around this time, but I personally now I think that we're gonna have to push it further just because of where we are in the price, because logistically, if Ryan Cohen wants a favorable trade ratio, when we finally do combine with GameStop and eBay into Teddy or whatever it ends up being, if he is still offering shares of the new company to the eBay holders, then he's going to basically need GameStop to be at a high price so that himself and all of us get a very favorable and advantageous ratio going into the new company. Because if our price is low, like what it is right now, whenever that ratio gets established, then it's going to be, basically we're not going to get as much as we could out of the new company. So basically Ryan Cohen and us, we need the price to be as high as it can be during whatever VWAP period ends up being established as like the period for the trade. The only way that I could foresee us not needing to be at a high price is if he ends up going completely 100% cash for the deal, where he finds a way to finance basically $55.5 billion and then just buys eBay outright. And then the eBay shareholders don't get anything out of the new company. That's kind of the only scenario that I can foresee where he doesn't need GameStop to be at a high price. And if that is the case, then we'll get into what I foresee in September specifically. Then we'll get into that in the rest of 2026. But this timeline that I was talking about in February, it has been working. It's following the ABC, the annual Boomie cycle. There's a logic and a reasoning to these guesses and predictions that I'm putting out. And I want to reiterate, I want to drive the point home because of how important it is, because I keep on getting people that just keep dismissing my ideas. And it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because I've been right too many times. I admit I've been wrong a lot of times as well. But for me to get a lot of these things exactly right, there's something here. And I gotta get credit for it. Because there's going to be more stuff on the road that we need to talk about and prepare for. And going back to my my Tetris theory, so basically Ryan Cohen, he changed his profile picture to this Tetris picture back last year in November 19th, and I was like, this is tinfoil. It's definitely tinfoil. There's something here. He's trying to communicate with us. And I put out that the sequence might be in weeks and it might be in months. You can pause this and go back into it more. I'm not going to go into it super in depth, but I just want to reiterate that during these specific weeks, it hit perfectly. Because the 7th, that was when we got the original news of Ryan Cohen's compensation package. And then during that 3rd week, Ryan Cohen bought 1 million new shares, and then he also gave us the new M&A rumors. And then on that 4th week, GameStop finally opened up an eBay position. We didn't find out about it until like 3 months later, once we were getting the actual financials for it. But we had a little bit of a nibble. And so the weeks hit. And then so for the months, I was extrapolating it out towards the 7 to 11 months. And then this is the timeline. And then so basically that first one, RC provided forward guidance for the first time. Wow, big hit. And then for the July 1, GME exercises their eBay options, and now we own 9.8% of the company. Also a big one. Wow. And then for the August, we just got the exchange convertible note. The exchanging of the convertible notes basically eliminated $1.4 billion out of our debt. I mean, this whole month could still go until the 19th of August. So there could still be news on the way. I don't know. But then 9/19, that is right after the what I expect to be the September earnings date. And then is also right before the VWAP period when it ends. The VWAP period for this exchange convertible note thing that ends on September 23rd. And then the final piece of the puzzle, when everything gets locked into place, October 19th, which is literally 2 weeks before the warrants expire. I've been saying this entire time, ever since we got the warrants, that is a date that we need to keep in mind. I knew that we weren't going to get the, like a price where it would be, like favorable to exercise the warrants. But I know by then, by expiration date, they will be in the money and they will be worth a lot of money. And they were given to us for, they were given to us for free. If you go back into my, my video from the warrant exchange, I believe that's when I talked about the poison pill theory. I said that was a poison pill setting us up for an M&A going forward. And then a couple months after that, like 3 months after, back in January, we got rumors that the M&A was happening. And then back in May of this year, we got the confirmation that we are indeed in an M&A sequence. And so I made this prediction literally the night before all of the financials for eBay were dropped. I made this like the morning or like the afternoon, and all of my predictions came true. All of them. I believe, or I said that I believe that between that date, May and early July, GME will be in a major bull zone with the corresponding T+35 FTD echoes. Bull zone, FTD echoes. I believe that the peak of that zone would be 30 plus. If we go to the 24-hour chart, 30, which technically, for what I was trying to do, that technically counts. And then I gave a list of a couple of dates which I thought were going to be within the vicinity, and the peak ended up being right like the day before I made my prediction, which ended up being May 1st. If we go to regular trading hours, ended up being May 1st slash May 4th if you want to get technical. And that one of my guesses was May 6th, which was 3 trading days from there, from what the peak actually was. And then I said in mid to the end of July, I'm foreseeing some type of catalyst to the downside. And then we will also have likely downward slash sideways pressure until late August slash mid-September. And this is part of my ABC Boomie theory. And then the convertible note conversion dipped us to actually 1855 now. That's the low. I made this before we got that. And then I also said be very careful with June and July OPEX, because I believe those weeks in particular will be a trap for out-of-the-money call holders. Looking back, this was June OPEX, which was the downy and sideways. And then this was July OPEX, which was another sideways movement. And then I said also, I believe that we are still not in MOAS territory yet. Everybody keeps on trying to say, everybody keeps trying to say that something's going to happen right now, something's going to happen right now, and it doesn't follow the annual Boomie cycle. It doesn't follow the historical pattern that we've seen so far. And so that was why I believe we're not in MOAS territory yet. I still believe that we're years away from MOAS territory, because going back to, what was this? Was it this? Going back to this, I believe MOAS isn't going to be until 0.5, which is going to be in either like May or October, December of 2028, sometime around there. That's my guess. Yeah. And so all of those things came true. And I think this is important to us because a lot of people make a lot of predictions, but they don't go back and see whether or not their predictions came true. They don't reanalyze it after the fact. And I think that that's doing the process of figuring out the puzzle a very big disservice, because we need to go back. We need to analyze what we got wrong in order for us to get things right in the future. So one of the big things that I also see for the summer in general, the dog days of summer, there's a Chewy Flip that happens. So while the summer is a downward slash sideways cycle for GameStop, for some reason Chewy goes up, and I don't fully understand why it works out that way, but just for whatever reason it keeps on working out that way. And since my post, what was this, July 1st? So since July 1st, which was my post, which was about right here at 20 bucks, we are now up to about 23, hitting 24 something the other day. historically, this is what all of the dog days of summer have looked like and how big they have gone up. And so I don't know how high this is going to go because I don't pay attention to Chewy enough for me to make an accurate guess, but I wouldn't be surprised if it either hits this trend line right here and then ends up right around like 25, 26. Or if it's like a super bullish cycle, then it could go all the way up to like fucking like 35, 37, 38, something like that. But I think, me personally, I'm not going to enter into a position because I feel I should have entered into a position all the way down here, which, credit where it's due. What's his name? Jackie Latitz. Man, he called it down here, bro. He called it. He called it that this was a great area to add more to Chewy, and man, he's been riding that since. So, Jackie, man, great fucking call, dude. And best of luck with you for the rest of the Chewy movement. I'm rooting for all the tits gang for you guys to make some big buckos with this one. But for whatever reason, the summer for Chewy, dog days of summer, something is there. I'm going to keep this in mind going into the next year's dog days of summer. And now I'm definitely going to catch that bottom. But this year, I caught it for the first time. So I was just like, shit, now we know for the future. And I also think that's a huge reason, like this Chewy flip, whatever happens, I think that's a huge reason why Roaring Kitty entered into a Chewy position during this time as well. Because he entered into it back in May of 2024, and then he rode through the summer, and then he gave us some other tweets in tinfoil, and then he finally let go of the position over here. Yeah. Huge gains made on that. Good for him. Yeah. And then, yeah, this is just current Chewy. And then, so going into the GameStop exercising their eBay put call pairs, we currently now own 9.8% of the company. I think we're the third largest. Let me just check. Pull up these financials. So I want to just put that there so you guys can see, but I'll pull up the actual page itself so you can verify. So at 42 million shares, or 43 million shares, we are currently the second largest institution, I guess, that's holding eBay. I don't exactly understand why we don't show up on this page with the rest of them, but interesting to note, we are the second largest holder of eBay right now, which is a fucking huge deal. Yeah, that was total shares, and then the exercise was for 39 million. And then the total cost of our entire position was 3.97 billion for the whole thing, which is fucking awesome, man. That is is that right? Oh, no, that was just the total cost for the exercise. Yeah. What was the total cost for the position? I don't know, but this is this right here is our cost basis per share, 101. And currently, eBay, what are you trading at, baby? eBay's currently trading at 112. So we've got about 10 bucks or 11 bucks of net profit on that, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. But yeah, that was they exercised it on 7/15 and then they announced it to us on 7/17. Yeah. Oh, one of the big things about that whole thing was one of the questions was, why would Ryan Cohen forgo all of that theta that was left on it? Because I believe the original options were for like 2028 or something like that. And I believe that the reason that he exercised them all early was because, one, he was waiting for, what was that thing called? Hold on, I gotta look at my notes. Oh, he was waiting for the HSR Act, the condition for mergers, to be approved. And then that was approved during June 5th. And so he couldn't, from what I understand, he couldn't buy like a large position in shares wise until that HSR Act was satisfied, basically. And so he waited for that to be done. And then finally he could exercise it. But I think also another barrier that he was basically waiting for was he wanted to exercise it so that the next thing that he could do was bring the tender offer to the other shareholders of eBay. Now that he has a big enough size, he can actually have, one, the voting rights for the eBay shares, but then also two, like do any kind of like shareholder things that he'll need to do. And he couldn't do that until he had those shares. And so that was the big reason why he exercised them early. And I think the reason why he had so much theta to begin with was basically just to give him some wiggle room just in case things went wrong. I believe that he saw the value in basically giving himself more than enough wiggle room to make sure that everything could be satisfied in a timely manner before he pushed things forward. Because I would imagine that if he saw something like the shareholders, like the GameStop shareholders were just completely against it, or like some other kind of big hurdle happened, then he might have been like, okay, maybe this is not like a good idea to do this anymore. And then he could back out of it with enough time to spare. But now he's at a point now where it's like, okay, we're all in. We're doing this thing. We're going to finish the job that we started. Yeah, and so that was my analysis on the exercise of the put-call pairs. And then this is just going into the price action analysis that I had from my last video. This is the chart that I put out. I thought that we were going to go for the delegend date, bringing us into 25. And then afterwards we would drop into 18. But then September earnings again, that would bump us up again. And then the big point of control that I saw was right around the 22.39 price mark right there, because that's where I foresee these wedges closing in. And then I posted another update, and basically I was right about the downies, but I was wrong about how high it would go. It only went up to 23.11 rather than 25. And then 23.11 was basically at the 0.618 Fibonacci, which is something I'll try to keep in mind for the future predictions. But in terms of dates, it did top out exactly on 7/2 as predicted. So the only thing that was wrong was the price, but the date was correct, which lo and behold, that's my pattern. I've done that so many times now. Yeah, and even gotten like even here into the double bottom box with 18. I mean, even that was correct, and I got the time period correct as well. So that was a double awesome. And then analyzing the actual delegend of the convertible notes for both of those movements back in April and then back in the end of June going into July. I wasn't sure if there was a pattern because it looked like at the end of July it wasn't going to work out that way, but there ended up being an actual pattern. And so I already analyzed it, and I made a Twitter post. And after I'm done with this stream, I'm going to post like a list of links to all of the stuff that I mentioned within this stream, and then so you guys can read up on the analysis of the delegend of the convertible notes for yourself, or you can just come back here and pause it if you want. But basically, there is indeed a pattern, and then I'll remember this for next time if there is another convertible note, because we need to get another convertible note offering dumped down after that, and then we also would need to wait 380 calendar days after that before this delegend movement comes into effect again. So that's why I don't want to spend too much time going over it today, because it's not going to affect us for any time in the foreseeable future, as far as I can tell. And then so that was basically the big recap going into July. And then so now from the last video, I'm going to talk about some of the big stuff that has happened since then. Actually, let me go over some of these notes. Okay. Oh God. Winston, I hope the dogs are treating you well. Gotta love the doggies. Josh, yeah, I agree. May to August, yeah, I enjoyed watching Ryan stunt on these hoes. Wait, actually, let me pull this up. Oh man, too funny. Beyond the Bell, I did notice that I was at 1.09 YouTube, or 1.909K, and yeah, that number is very interesting. Yeah, hedge fund leverage, Leopold Aschenbrenner. Man, that dude got screwed over by Citadel. Holy crap. Literally, like 2 days after he had to sell his position's back up like 40%. Yeah, he got screwed over, man. And I'm pretty confident that Citadel did some type of bullshit. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if nothing happens as a result of it. Yeah, it's rules for me and not for thee. Or rules for thee and not for me when it comes to the big players in this game. And so that's why we're fighting against a big ocean of fraud. Yeah. Interesting, Josh. I'll keep that in mind. I haven't paid too much attention to the AI and AI stocks and AI boom and everything. But yeah. Mike, I think Ryan knows, and when we get a boom to 200 and Ryan dilutes either earnings or the day after again to get the funds for eBay. I don't think it'll go up all the way to 100, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does another. Actually, we're going to get into that in a little bit, the ATM offering. Yeah, I'll get to that comment. Sancto, how you doing? Hello, welcome. GBay, any chance you can share your research in Reddit? If you already loaded it there, please drop the link. Thanks. GBay, I self-banned myself from Super Stonk. So I try not to post on there. And I've only posted once since my ban. And so I can't. But I am working on like actual long form documents, but that'll be for a further analysis of the annual Boomie cycle, and then going into the Missy Elliott emoji timeline. Once I've got more of those figured out, I'll create a text thing, or I might just do another stream. I don't know what the best avenue for me to do so will be at this time. Probably a combination of both, to be honest with you, because I mean this is text as well, if you really think about it. Yeah. You aren't that important. About the share buyback, we're going to get into that in just a second. Dijon Mustard, how you doing, my dude? Yeah, let's haul ass. Smile Dog. Smile Dog, I don't know where you're coming from, but blocked. Fuck you. don't care. Man, these idiots. These idiots. Yeah, Sancto, thank you for sticking up for me. Yeah. Jim Kramer. Oh my God. Jim Kramer says, I give you credit, but for. Oh my God. I know it's not the real Jim Kramer, but thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you again, Secto. I appreciate you guys sticking up for me whenever the online trolls get to me. Because, I mean, I try not to get like down in the dirt with them because there's so many of them. I mean, I'm sure that you guys saw the one like comment chain where people were like, oh, you're dumb for selling covered calls, and we're at low IV, lowest that we've seen in 8 years. And I was like, listen, this Boomie cycle, you guys have no idea what's going on. I think we're going to go even lower. And then we did. We did. Tony Baloney, I appreciate you as well. Thank you very much. G-Bay, October 19th, or G-Bay says October 19th lines up with my Yen Mageddon, aka Bank of Japan thesis. The yen carry trade unwind. It could be. Well, historically, the macro markets always do some fucked up shit in March, and then September and October. There's always some weird shit that happens if it's going to happen during those times. Yeah. Smile Dog. Oh, God, I'm so glad I blocked you. I'm just going to make sure I blocked you again just to make sure. Yeah. Val, when do we go to the moon? I believe the bottom is going to be sometime in September, but it's going to be like a whoop, like a rounded top formation. But then the real bottom will be either at the end of September or going into October. And then that's going to be going into, I hope, December, but we'll have to see about that. We'll have to see. Yeah, G-Bay, October. Yeah. Nightmares Erdos, are you experiencing increased synchronicities lately, Butt Farm? Yes. 100%. 100%. By now, you guys should know that I follow astrology, and I'm a subscriber of the, what's the word called? Like the idea of it and the concept of it and the study of it. I've been having a lot of stuff that's been lining up very well with my like own personal astrological stuff. So shit, it's been working out. Yeah. G-Bay, I usually will publish on Reddit when it comes to long form stuff, but I don't know. I might publish on what is that website called? What's that website that Michael Burry is posting on? Subspace, Subscript? Let me look it up real quick. Mr. Michael Burry. Substack. That's the website. Yeah. Oh, you guys put it in the comments. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably post on a Substack. It's funny because I made a Substack back in like 2023, but I never used it for anything. because I wanted to get more into blogging, like long form ideas and writing and stuff like that. Just because I journal a lot and I write a lot about like philosophy and different ideas, especially about things that are affecting the greater world around us. And that just felt like a good place to put my ideas out. But I never ended up utilizing it. And so I still have the Substack, and I'll probably eventually, once I finish my annual Boomie cycle write-up and the Missy Elliott emoji timeline write-up, I'll probably put it on the Substack. So I don't know how soon that's going to be. That might be like a 2027 thing. Because before I like publish it, I want to have at least one instance where it just perfectly hit, where everything worked from bottom to top. I've gotten really close before and it was worthwhile, but they've all just been helpful to learn on the path. I want to have one instance at least where it's just fucking perfect before I put it out. So it might be a little while. Merlin's. Obviously, this is not financial advice, but one thing I want to warn you about: in order to have an out of the money call that is very near term, and anything within like 6 months is near term, in my opinion, you're basically going to need to call the bottom perfectly. Otherwise, you're just going to lose money on theta the entire time. So obviously, this is not financial advice, but just be careful about out the money calls expiring anytime before March of 2027. Because I have a feeling, unless you buy them at the exact bottom, which I predict will be at the, like, after, right around this VWAP period, whenever it ends, around like September 23rd, I think that's probably going to be a better time to load up on out the money calls. Me personally, right now, I have those December 2028 leaps, and then I did enter into $22 calls for March of 2027. And I bought those, I think, like Wednesday or some shit like that, because I was just like, somebody entered into a big position into it on Monday, and I was like, let me see about that. And so I entered into that position like 2 days later. Yeah, Adam, so many trolls, and they're all idiots too. And they have nothing better to do. Like, why are you coming on my page? Like, whatever. I don't care about your views. Like, I don't care about your numbers and your metrics. Just leave me alone. But on the opposite side of it, I do really, really, really appreciate all of you guys who have just been super fucking supportive throughout these last years. But especially this year in general, because this year I feel like there's just boom, 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 news, things happening, finally falling into place, and it's been a great fucking year. It's been a great year. Yeah. Merlin's on the YouTube video of all the memes put together. It's at 37.58 if you need it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what you're talking about. If you could elaborate, please. Give me some context. Jibe, I don't know if the bottom, I don't know if we're gonna hit 10 again. Yeah, I personally think that's too low. I think that when in April of 2024, that was the last time that we hit 10. I would be very surprised if we hit under 16 at this point in time. Yeah. Nightmare Zeraptos, I'm glad you're getting synchronicities as well. Jinx, you owe me a soda. Substack paper-handed. Gold, yeah, I believe that we're gonna have another small cycle. Just reiterating, it's gonna be like this. I think that this next Boomie that we're going to get, I don't think we're going to go as high as the May 2024 boom. I think it's boom, boom, lower, 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 lower until finally point number 5. And we're only at point number 3. Oh, Merlin's. Merlin's, I still don't know what you mean. I'm loading up on GME calls October 32 strike. On the YouTube video of all the memes put together, it's at 37.58 if you need it. I still don't know what you mean. Sorry. Brian, when do you think we acquire eBay? I think we're going to get the tender offer within the next 2 months. But the actual acquisition, I don't know. Fox and Flask, Bad Robot, he has put out, oh wait, actually we'll get into that timeline when we get to the rest of 2026. Yeah, I'll answer that question more in depth in the rest of 2026. GME SpaceX being used as locates. I don't know personally how SpaceX falls into this greater scheme just yet. Merlin's, you skipped one. Maybe I have to pull up the actual stream. Merlin's, I don't see any comment before that. I don't know what I skipped. Yeah, I don't see anything else from you in my feed. Sorry, dude. Yeah, Fox, I agree. Yeah, fucking losers. Like, I don't understand why people try to put other people down. Like, if you are excited about something, if you are pro something, if you are a supporter of something, I get that. Go and support the things that you like. But then the haters come in and they just have nothing better to do than to hate on people. Shut the fuck up. Fucking idiots. G-Bay is saying 10 handle is possible during Yen-Mageddon when NASDAQ makes a 5 sigma move to the downside. I'll be honest with you, one of the big theories that I've been holding on to is that if the SPY and the market overall does go indeed dumpies, GME is going to be one of the few stocks that moves the opposite way, where we go big boomies. Big boomies. Yeah. Adam, guess on the high. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Brian, is that the catalyst that will bump us above 32 before warrant expiry? I imagine that the catalyst is probably going to be the tender offer for eBay. And I would hope that it's the deal like going through. But I also know whenever, historically, there's a pattern whenever one company acquires another company, the company that is acquiring the other company usually makes a drop in price, and then the acquired company will rise in price. And so that would mean that GME would dump and then eBay would go up during like that period. But I don't know. if it's going to work out that way, simply because GameStop is the smaller company of the two. And so if the algorithms are going to recalculate the overall financial pricing of the companies, it would make more sense that GameStop is absolutely going to become a larger company. We're going to go from like a 10 million or 10 billion market cap company to like 50 billion market cap company. And so that would mean that the price would bump up. But I don't know if that would happen when it gets announced that the deal's gone through, or if it's like the final day where we begin trading as like the combined company. I don't know. There's a lot of things in that timeline that I'm very unsure of right now. Oh, Adam, 54. 54. I'm not sure if that's going to be, if you go to the beginning of my video, I talked about the edge of the galaxy, which I'll just go into it real quick because it was there. The white line is for the pre-market trading, which went all the way up to 80, and then the pink line is for just the regular trading hours. We're about due for number 3, so I'm thinking 55 will likely be like the extended trading hours high, and then I'm guessing something like 40 something will be the market hours high. That's my guess. Davey boy, we're actually going to get into the share buybacks. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty much caught up with the chat. And then we're going to talk about the share buybacks right now, which is authorized at $2 billion worth of share buybacks. So when this first was announced, I thought that we were going to do share buybacks here at $18 at the end of the summer period, or basically whenever we hit under 20. And I am now of the mindset that I don't think we're going to do share buybacks at all. Basically, from my point of view now, the share buybacks are basically a break glass in case of emergency kind of deal, where basically if the shorts for some reason can dump us past like 15, then the share buybacks will be used as like a shield, a line in the sand, basically saying, we're not going under this, you fucking pricks. Basically, if the shorts decide to do something real stupid and bring us super low, then we do the share buybacks. But I don't think that he's actually going to use it, because I don't think that we're actually going towards 15 anytime soon, if ever again. Personally, I think that he is going to be utilizing all of our cash reserves in order to fund this eBay acquisition, and pretty much there's nothing else on the plate that will be used, that the money will be used for, until after we finish this eBay deal. That's where I'm at when it comes to the cash and what we're using it for. I also I know that Jackie Letitz has been saying this consistently, and I agree with him 100%. GME sold shares back in the September 2024 ATM offering, and that was at the low of $20 a share. We're not going to utilize our money to buy back shares anywhere near these prices. It just doesn't make sense. Why would you sell shares at that price just to buy them back right at the same spot? That doesn't make sense. He's been saying that, screaming at the top of the mountains, and I agree with him on that point 100%. So in terms of share buybacks, I don't think it's happening. Unless we go to like 15 or below or something stupid like that. And then also we went from 1 billion shares authorized to 2.5 billion shares authorized. Those are obviously going to be used to fund the eBay acquisition. If there's going to be some sort of share exchange, is going to be used for Teddy. If we get some kind of like units and trading between like GameStop and Teddy and stuff like that, just to make sure that all the numbers and financials work out. And then it's also going to be used for the GME shelf offerings, the ATMs, which Ryan has only used them during the pumps in 2024. And I believe that we're only going to get another situation like that if we get another pump, which I am foreseeing another pump going from October into December. And then I would assume if there's no other news around that time, it's very likely that he does another ATM offering around that time. And especially if the eBay deal still hasn't finished by December, then yeah, I could totally foresee him selling a bunch of shares at the peaks in order to actually pull the M&A through. Yeah, the ATM offerings, they're a big fucking deal. And then obviously Ryan Cohen's compensation award package. The big question is, why did he retract it? And I wanted to just speculate on that because I think obviously the package itself isn't important anymore because it's not in effect. But I would assume that he probably reevaluated the total effect that his shares would have on the dilution of the total shares outstanding once we finish the deal. And I guess he thought that he might need to sell shares during the next pump or something like that. And then so he basically didn't want to dilute us further and then possibly piss off shareholders. That's one scenario. But then there's another scenario where he might have saw the early votes come in for the voting results, and it might not have looked as pretty as he wanted it to. And so instead of like cutting it close or even failing to reach the required number of votes, he basically said, you know what, get rid of the award package because it only benefits him at the end of the day. And so he might have just gotten rid of it to save face and to not look like a doofus in the end. Those are two possible reasons that I could foresee of why he did it in the first place. And then another thing that I just wanted to bring up is, why hasn't Nat Turner bought any shares yet? I have to do more research into this because I think it's a great question that people have been asking. Obviously, don't ask Nat Turner on his own profile because he'll block you. but I wonder why nothing has happened yet. And I also think it's interesting because he's on the board for some kind of SPAC, some kind of like, I forget what SPAC stands for, but it's like a vehicle. It's kind of like a holding company, but instead of a holding company, it's like a company that's being used to acquire a different company. But Nat Turner's in a different SPAC right now, and it's just interesting where it's like, what's that guy doing? What's that guy doing? Yeah. But then moving into the new developments, we talked about already about some of the Teddy and eBay updates. Obviously, I went into the early exercise of eBay options, and that was in order to get votes for the upcoming vote, and then also even to bring up a tenor off at all. And then Ryan Cohen's just been doing a lot of media. And the big question is why, and obviously he just wants to get the word out in different ways about the M&A, like all press is good press, but then he also wants to get more conversations going so that the shareholders of eBay can like learn more about him and what he's about and how his actions and leading the future company will be beneficial to them. But then also trying to explain his thought process and his philosophies behind running a company, and then also how he's run the company and stuff. There's so many reasons for him to do these media appearances, But basically it comes down to just being able to get the word out in a much better way. And then obviously Teddy.com recently redirected to GameStop.com. And then I think that's a big fucking deal, because I think the pieces are finally falling into place for Teddy. Excuse me. The HBC case has been dismissed. That was a huge part of the ongoing Bed Bath & Beyond trial. Obviously, I'm not a good guy to talk about this stuff, but I just wanted to let you guys know that that was a thing that we should be paying attention to at least a little bit. And then Fannie Mac and Freddie Mac, the bond guarantors. There's just a lot of weird stuff happening with the bonds lately, for Fannie and Freddie, but then also for BBBY as well, like them changing the names of the bonds and stuff. And also with the name change of neighborhood intelligence, a lot of weird stuff's happening where I don't fully understand the greater ramifications of them, but it's just like, whoa, something's going on. And in terms of Teddy, something feels imminent. Yeah. And then also recently there was the NSCC memo basically saying that they are not clearing the warrants, and that it's going to be up to the individual brokers to clear them. From what I saw, that seems normal across other tickers, but I didn't look into it too much because I figured that something like that, some kind of fuckery like that, was going to happen anyway. And then once we get into the rest of 2026, I'll talk about the warrants and my personal plan for them. Yeah. But yeah, let's talk a little more about the convertible note conversion exchange event. Basically, that was the big news from this past Monday, and the reason that we dumped down to 1855. Basically, whoever was holding those convertible notes, they are choosing to redeem them early. And this was a private exchange. From my understanding, basically whoever was like the big wigs, the institutions or the arbitrage desks or whoever was holding these notes, they went to Ryan Cohen and were basically like, hey, can we make a deal with you? And then basically they were able to exchange $1.4 billion worth of debt early, and in exchange for that they are going to get shares of GME. And between that August 3rd and September 23rd, we're basically going to be in a VWAP period, where the VWAP pricing window is the volume weighted average price. And on TradingView, there's a way that you can do that pretty easily. Basically, you just can you guys see? Okay, where's the VWAP? Yeah, you go to the forecasting and then anchored VWAP, and then you just go on the day, and then it'll show you what it looks like for all those days. And basically, because this Monday had such high volume on that day, it was one of the highest volume days for this whole year, clocking in at 41 million shares. That day in particular, that pricing will have more of a emphasis on the weight, or more weight towards those prices on that day. Yeah, basically there's going to be no cash exchange. Yeah, and our long-term debt has been reduced by approximately 1.4 billion. Yeah, and then the exchange is expected to close on or about September 23rd, 2026. And then the number of shares that will be exchanged, we're figuring it out during this window. And I read somewhere on Reddit that there's no buybacks allowed during this VWAP pricing window. I'm not 100% sure about that because, again, I'm not good on the legal stuff, but this makes sense to me. Basically, SEC Regulation M, Rule 102 has been stated, and I just wanted to read that for you guys right here. Activities by issuers and selling security holders during a distribution, unlawful activity, in connection with a distribution of securities affected by or on behalf of an issuer or selling security holder, it shall be unlawful for such person or any affiliated purchaser of such person directly or indirectly to bid for, purchase, or attempt to induce any person to bid for or purchase a covered security during the applicable restricted period. I would assume that restricted period is during the VWAP period. Except that if an affiliated purchaser is a distribution participant, such affiliated purchaser may comply with section 242 1.1 or 0.101 rather than this section. It makes sense to me that GameStop wouldn't be able to do buybacks during this period because it's going to affect the price towards the upside. Because of this period and knowing what is supposed to happen, it just, I don't know, it feels illegal that they would do a buyback. And so that's why this rule makes sense in this period. Obviously, there's always exceptions to rules and stuff like that, and I don't know those specifics of anything. But I would just be very surprised if a buyback happens this period. And again, I would also be surprised just because of how high we are relatively in price to where we sold for the ATMs. So that's why I don't think buybacks are happening anytime soon. And the VWAP is currently sitting at approximately 1906. And then that's the window. And then just so you guys are aware of what I foresee, obviously September's earning will be a bump in price and also likely volume. I foresee another MOAF happening to a certain degree, mother of all farts. I don't know exactly how high it'll go because it depends on how low we are to begin with. But I personally don't foresee us going past 26. I don't think it's going to get that high. I think 26 is very like high threshold just to like give myself some wiggle room. Yeah, but theoretically that September earnings should offset the high volume and low price on August 3rd. And that September earnings should fall within that VWAP window. So it'll counteract this $19 pricing by a little bit. If I had to guess, I would expect the final VWAP to be somewhere between like $20 and $21, somewhere around that range. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see, because I'm assuming that on August 3rd, there's probably a good amount of FTDs that happened on this day. And so we're probably going to get some sort of FTD like pump between August 3rd and September 23rd. But how high that goes, I'm not sure. And then one of the big questions was why such an early conversion? And then just to put this into context for you guys, basically it said that, so this one is for convertible note 1. The notes shall not be redeemed by the company prior to April 6, 2028. That basically means them paying back their loan, or basically the note holders redeeming them for shares. So we were about 1.68 years before convertible note 1, that redemption window opened. And then for convertible note 2, we were about 2.88 years before that convertible note redemption. And so basically, why did they choose to do it so early? And I'm going to read you guys a tweet from Larry Chang the other day. And he said, what debt holders value about debt is downside protection. What they give up is upside. And basically what that means is they want to make money on the bottom in a way where they'll still make money. And so it's like protecting them on the bottom. But because they are giving up all that money as a loan to us, they can't use that money to then make money on something else, basically lending something to somebody else. You're getting that guaranteed return on investment through like whatever interest rate you're charging. But because these guys weren't charging any type of interest rate, what they were giving up was time that they could be using that money for something else. And so that's like the logistics of the debt on the downside protection. And then what equity holders value about equity is upside participation. What they give up is downside protection. And what this means is when you're using your cash and you're buying a stock, you want the stock to go up. You want it to appreciate. You want to be on the upside. You want to participate on the boomies. And then what you give up then is downside protection. You're not protected if the stock tumbles, if it goes to the downside. And so therefore, when debt holders voluntarily choose to convert from debt to equity, it's because they value the upside potential of owning the equity more than the downside protection of owning the debt. It's a vote of confidence in the company. So basically, what I foresee is that the note holders, they're exchanging to shares because they want to get more shares at this low price rather than having to wait for the original price, which was like $28.29. So they're going to get a lot more shares as a result of this. Obviously, it's only 1.4 billion out of like the 8 billion or something. What was it? Let me check real quick my notes. The first convertible note was 1.3 billion, and then the second one was 2.25 billion. So basically, we got paid back for the first convertible note offering plus some. Obviously, they took a little bit from both, and they took more from the convertible note number 2, because I think the convertible note number 2, that price was actually more favorable comparatively. That's not working out right. I don't know why they did it that way. Interesting. But basically, they just wanted more shares in the company in order to participate on that upside. I wouldn't be surprised if those bondholders were some of the Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds that we've been hearing about a lot. Yeah. And then also something to keep in mind, and this is from Jake2B. Actually, I'm going to pull up that tweet because it's a really great tweet and a really great explanation. Which, again, I'll reiterate, if you guys aren't following Jake2B, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? That guy is a wealth of knowledge. Wealth of knowledge. But I'm just going to read this to you guys, and I'm going to go over the highlights again. Whoops. This is from literally the same day of that exchange event. I had some friends ask me about the GME news, so I figured I would share my thoughts out loud. I do admire that I'm a trusted opinion, but please remember that this is just that. I don't think the reasoning behind the note conversion is that complicated. I would take that one step further and say that it signals to me the new eBay offer is very close. Let me explain. The other day, eBay acquired some business I have never heard of called Depop for $1.4 billion in cash, all-in closing price. Depop is a business that loses a lot of money, despite spending a lot of money to create that revenue. If you were an investor, you might think of this as a liability, but it gets much worse. Looking at eBay's last 10Q, they only had $2.8 billion in cash and cash equivalents. The board spent half of all of eBay's cash to acquire a business that lost $53 million according to their most recent annual disclosures, and that is after a 42% year-over-year revenue surge. Yikes. So how could GameStop do this to me? It's simple. I said back in January that I believed Big Dog and Company had their financing structure already lined up for the acquisition, including a financier. To now look at the big picture from an investor's perspective, the target company, with an acquisition value of $56 billion, just spent 50% of all their money into a business that loses a lot of money. I think that significantly changed the dynamics of the deal for the investor that is backing the acquisition. The GameStop board really wants eBay, and of course, the total convertible note debt being retired is equal in amount to the cash spent by the eBay board. They went to work and found amicable note holders who were willing to surrender their debt in exchange for shares. I believe this fixed the math and offset the reduced cash pile, putting the acquisition financing back on track. In case it's not obvious, I believe it's bullish because it means the deal structure is established, maybe even ready and very, very close to execution. Also, the eBay acquisition is not on pause until after the VWAP period. Of course, the board will offer a favorable VWAP pricing window to the note holders. This was a privately negotiated, amicable exchange outside of the terms of the note agreements. GME can't initiate or force settlement of the debt for many more years. We just talked about that. But certain note holders came to the table and helped them reduce their debt. This is the private exchange. This finally broke months-long price stagnation, and don't forget, there are many, many more note holders who can now harvest volatility again and generate profits by flipping their positions long. And I think that that's a great reasoning, and it makes sense. And the fact that both of these target numbers, 1.4 billion, it just is the same exact number, and the timing of it as well, with the Depop recently being closed, it makes sense. It makes sense that the financiers who are giving us the money to buy eBay, they were like, hey, we gotta fix this shit real quick because the eBay board fucked up. They made this bad deal, and the note holders were just like, we don't want this to affect it. Or the note holders who are financing this deal, they didn't want it to affect the thing moving forward. And so they did the best thing that they could, which was basically get in at the bottom of these prices. And then Ryan Cohen was like, you know what? I'm down with that. I'm cool with that. And so it makes sense what Jake is saying. Yeah. And also some things to keep in mind that recently happened that were part of the reason why I was so like, something's about to happen. If you guys remember, like two weekends ago, Ryan Cohen followed Bill Pulte and the White House and then unfollowed them literally the next morning. And because of that, I was like, something's going to happen by the 8th. Like, we're going to get some big news. I didn't know if it was going to be good or bad news, but then literally the weekend finished and then Monday opened up and then we got the exchange event news. Yeah. And it also, I think that there's a huge reason why they waited to do that exchange event after all of the second quarter financials were done, because August 3rd or August 1st rather, is the opening of GME quarter 3. And so I think that they waited for all the quarter 2 stuff to be finalized and solid, so that we can get basically like a really good earnings report coming up. And then we need that earnings report to be really good so that we can finally like set up for the final dominoes, or what I foresee to be the final dominoes in the eBay acquisition. And then moving forward, also this week, it was announced that Bed Bath & Beyond was changing their name and ticker to Neighborhood Intelligence, from BBBY to NXH. And that's about 3 corporate name changes and 4 different tickers in roughly 34 months, which, I mean, that's a lot, especially for one single company. It went from Overstock to Beyond to Bed Bath & Beyond, and then now it's ending up as Neighborhood Intelligence. I had tweeted directly to Marcus Lemonis because I basically wanted to see if the Bed Bath & Beyond trademark and name and ticker were going to be released or up for sale or something like that in the foreseeable future, because I don't understand why they didn't just stick with Bed Bath & Beyond, since it's such a more recognizable name and brand. And so them going to Neighborhood Intelligence, I don't know exactly why they would do that. I mean, they did a whole press release about why they did, and like rebranding and stuff like that. But I don't know, that felt like just like news talk, like not the truth per se. And Marcus usually answers a lot of questions that people ask him, but he didn't answer me. So I don't know if he muted me or if he didn't see it or if he saw it and he's like, oh shit, something's going to happen. I just can't say anything. I don't know why exactly. But going into legalese of it and the nulls and stuff, FTW Biz, who's a great account who's been paying attention to like the Bed Bath & Beyond stuff, I wanted to read this tweet from them. And this is their speculation for why they think the name change happened and why it was ready to happen. Basically, Overstock have completed their mission because of the nature of the shared IP agreement with the estate, the Bed Bath & Beyond estate, since November 2023. They have successfully implemented a continuity of business which satisfies null requirements. Basically, like the tax stuff, the tax losses. Yes, you heard that right. Overstock investors were bench warmers, although I reckon they will be rewarded. The ticker change closing on August 17th is the signal they have already fulfilled their obligation, and the activists are ready to apply those nulls on something big. Basically, I think he's trying to say that the nulls that originally came from Bed Bath & Beyond and the bankruptcy estate, they're finally ready to be utilized for something else, opening the route for Teddy. And then Sonny D, aka Seymour Butts, he was basically saying they entered into an agreement with the original BB Overstock. He's talking about Overstock. They entered into an agreement with the original BBBY 3 months before pregnancy, or not pregnancy, the bankruptcy. We're right before. Actually, I think we're in the pregnancy now. We're right before the birth, in my opinion. But all the timing with the Overstock and the bankruptcy of BBBY is very interesting. Yeah, and then Sonny D Overstock had a confidential agreement with the original BBBY 3 months prior to filing bankruptcy. Overstock Beyond BBBY, Neighborhood Intelligence. They preserved the ticker for the estate and the nulls. So basically, what's going to happen to the shell that's loaded with the nulls? And I think, honestly, it makes sense that it's almost ready to emerge. I think we're still waiting on a couple of key court cases. Namely, there's still the court case of the estate against Ryan Cohen. And there's another one, but I forget what it was. But there's still some stuff that we have on the timeline to still be taken care of in terms of court stuff. But those are the major updates. I'm gonna check on the chat real quick because I know that was a while. This feels like a marathon right now. I've been going for 2 hours straight. Wow. No bathroom break. G-Bay, I hope I answered all your thoughts and questions about buybacks. But yeah, I don't think we're hitting $10 again, like ever. But I've been wrong about that before, so we'll have to see. Moon Knight Kitty, how you doing, my dude? Meow indeed. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know if you're still here, but happy Saturday, my dude. And I hope you're doing well, my man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. I still have very fond memories of May and June. Good stuff, man. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. All my love to you and Big Boy. Fox thought Nat Turner had a load of warrants. What you talking about, Willis? Does he? Where'd you see that? I never saw that. That's news to me. Fox, I'm gonna need a source on that one. Because if that's true. Big if true. Big if true. But for the time being, X for doubt. No offense. Adam, 4.8 billion. I'm guessing that was the total of the convertible notes. Harmonized Cacophony, how you doing? How you doing? Is GME fixing a throb highly? I think so. I think so. You'll have to go into the other earlier parts of the stream. Okay, caught up on the chat again. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, basically the dog days of summer, bottom hunting. We are bottom hunting right now. It is bottom season. Look at this. Look at this. We have not seen this since 2024. We have not seen this since August of 2024. It's nuts to me. Nuts to me. Yeah, reiterating on my last stream what the dog days of summer are. It's a 40-day period of hot, humid, sultry weather. This is something that happens in the history of the world, the dog days of summer. It has also been characterized in the past by the dog star Sirius being at a certain point in the sky where back in ancient Egypt, I believe, they used it as an indicator of like, okay, it's about to get real fucking hot. So get your crops and everything right. But basically from my last video, just so you could see, I was calling for 18 and I'm waiting for the end of August. It happened at the beginning of August. And then I said I would be buying 100 shares at 20. I bought 100 shares at 19.22. And then I said I was going to grab as many 20 calls for 15 December 2028. I have currently grabbed an $18 call. Because in terms of the pricing between the two, the $18 call made way more sense. Especially because it was at the money instead of out the money. Yeah. But I'm gonna look to dollar cost average on more of them, but I'll get into that more in the rest of 2026. But yeah, the Whirlpool Magnet 20 is a buy, 18 or 19 most likely bottom target, and then 1770 is like the lowest target. I do not think it'll go lower than that. And then I was talking about GME 18. We'll get into that in a little bit with that tinfoil. But the IV was super fucking low. Super fucking low. I was keeping a track of the daily IV with specifically the opening or at market open and then also at market close for like the whole summer just to see. Let me pull it up real quick. For those of you that aren't aware, on my Twitter page, on my like main profile page, if you go to my LinkedIn or my link tree, then you can get a link to this GME calendar. Basically what I see is just, it's very difficult for all of these different things for us to keep track of them all. And so I made this calendar that keeps track of all the events that are happening. And then these blue ones, these blue days, excuse me. Ooh. These blue days are the days where we had low IV. And back in April, we only got down as low as like 30, 31. And then we went through the delegend period, and so and then we went into the M&A cycle, so the IV was raised up again. And then it wasn't until 622 that we finally started getting back into the low 30s for the IV again. And then in July, starting from July 9th, we had many consistent days where the IV was under 30. And the lowest that I could see was, I think, 25. Let me see. $24 for the IV, right near open, and that was on 7/31 that Friday. Was that the lowest? Yeah. Oh, okay. So that was literally the day, the trading day before we got the exchange event from this past Monday. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so that was the bottom of the IV. Wow. That was right here. That's crazy. Right here. That was the lowest day of the IV. And then if we pull up Mr. Ultimator, Ultimator made this IV indicator chart that you can pull up. I don't know why it's not showing me the same exact data that Market Chameleon is, but we haven't seen days like this since actually we haven't seen days like that since here. These are the lowest instances of IV that we saw on the chart, and it's basically just these little pumps right here. And so basically we got all the way down to 25.5 in June of 2015. And then so July 31st, 2026, we had 24. That was the lowest. That was the lowest we've seen since 2015. So that might be even the lowest ever. That might be the lowest ever IV that GameStop has seen in its history of trading. For real. For real. Yeah. Yeah, wow. So this period between August of 2014 to about November of 2018, super low periods with fluctuation. And then we didn't see that again until right here, basically this summer. That is insane. And then also when I was charting these out on the dates, I noticed that it often occurs in June, July, August, and September. Dog days of summer. Why is it that stretch of time, which coincides with the dog days of summer, so cyclically low? Why? Why? I don't know. It's a data. It's a pattern. And then let's see here. Yeah, current price lows, looking at the bottoms again. Obviously the lowest that we have right now is 1855 from this Monday, August 3rd. And that was at both 3:08 p.m. and 3:15 p.m. So in power hour. And then the next lowest instances are 5/24 of 24, which was 1770. August 5th of 24, which was 1757. And then the real bottoms, which was the double bottom touch the lows going back to February of 21. So the April 16th, 24, that was 994 low. And then back in February of 2019, which was the immediate low in between the original sneeze one and then the March top, that low was 963. So double bottom touch, we needed to do that again. Yeah. But now we're going to talk about GME at 18 again, because this was part of my stoplight DD, which I've been saying this all year. I wanted to show a clip back in January of this year. And so basically, and I'm just going to move my head over here so you can see both. Then I'm just going to play this. I think that's a good segue into the red light, yellow light, and green light. So basically, in terms of like when me personally, I'm going to start buying again, I think we're at red light right now, which is, for me, I'm not doing anything besides we'll get to in a little bit, but I'm selling covered calls right now because I'm pretty sure that we're just going to be down and sideways for the most part. And so that's how I'm going to play these next 2-ish months. But for yellow light, that's the moment where I think we should start paying attention and start getting our wallets out and ready to go. If we close under 20, then definitely pay attention. If we close under 19, definitely pay attention. And then for me, the green light, these are the positive catalysts that I have seen to be surefire. Like, yo, it's fucking go time. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. No way that the algo can like bring us down type bullshit. The only surefire catalysts are when we hit 17 or 18 again, which is going to be this double bottom ping right here. When we hit that, then boom, that's going to probably be another boom of some sort. But the actual big catalyst is this: a big insider buy, or a big roaring kitty buy. Those are the two that we have seen that give us a, that give us 100% success rate for, we're about to get some motherfucker uppies. It'll be short lasted because of the way that the cycles work. Like here, like none of these have permanently pushed the stock price up. Like here was Ryan Cohen's buy, temporary up, and then now we're lower than where we were when he bought. And then this was where Roaring Kitty bought, or allegedly, where Roaring Kitty bought and then pushed up. And then here's definitely where he bought, and that pushed up. But then again, it has come down since then. So for all of the official buys that we have seen, they have all been short-lived pumps. So that's something that we got to remember when it comes to the way that the algo moves, but then also taking profits on our options. And this has been a very hard lesson that I've had to learn. And yeah, it fucking sucks learning the hard way, but we're here now, and hopefully we can fucking do something about it later. But the other green light catalyst that we can like kind of guess, oh hey, the shit's about to go down, is if Roaring Kitty tweets multiple times. Yeah. Yeah, no other catalyst or catalyst matters, because the algo basically used all of them as to sell the news event, and then they dunked the price. Yeah. So James, I don't know if that helps you in your quest. Obviously, All of that was correct. All of that was absolutely correct, because this was on January 8th, which is like 2 weeks before Ryan Cohen bought. So let's look at what happened after the fact. So literally, here's 120. Ryan Cohen buys here, and then boom, upcycle. This was also coincided with, again, that December 3rd FTD cycle. So it was right in the middle of that. And then also right here was Michael Burry disclosing his GME stake. So there was a lot of things happening right around this time span that pushed us into here. But basically, this 39310, that ended up being T plus 33 from Ryan Cohen's buy. T plus 33 from Ryan Cohen's first buy. And then that's when the pressure completely let go, and then we just dumped from there. There's something here. There's absolutely something here. And I can't reiterate it enough. This year especially was completely vindicating. Not only so far, but I'm pretty sure it's going to continue to vindicate. Because all of these theories that I was coming up with, I was like, there needs to be some sort of like test for them. And we got those tests. So I'm very proud of the strides that I've been able to make along with the community, what we've been able to make since this January stream. I mean, this StopLights DD, that is still in effect. I still stand by this. This is still happening. Now we're at the $18 point, which is what I've been calling for all year. And so this was somebody had asked me the other week, like what it would look like when we go back to 18 again. And so I would just want to reiterate this because I think it's important. And this was before we got down to 18 in the first time. But I said I would guess walk it down to $20, and then 19 and 18 would be very quick comparatively. Under 20 will probably be within a single trading week is my guess. There also might be a double bottom like in August or like in April 2024 where we touched under $10 twice. And then this chart is April into early May 2024 for reference. Basically, actually, I'm going to zoom in on this so you guys can see better. Oh my God. Basically, looked what happened on April 15th right here and 16. Basically leading into that slow sideways movement and then dunk. I mean, this is like a 10% dunk on this day. And then sideways slash barely up for about one trading week, bottom again for that double bottom, and then the movement starts. It was also during this double bottom where Roaring Kitty, I'm confident that it was Roaring Kitty who loaded up on those 5,000 call blocks of GME. And he did that across a variety of tickers. And I'll make a video at some point later going into the forensics of March going into May. That's a thing that I'm working on later. But because it doesn't affect us completely right now, it's just on like a lower priority of things. But since this past Monday was 1855, I wouldn't be surprised if this Monday or Tuesday or even like Wednesday maybe we touch again down here. It might not be 1855 exactly. It might be a little bit higher than that, but I foresee us making some sort of double bottom here, and then we start going up again. How far up? Again, I think the top that we'll get is maybe like 2021 until we finally get until September earnings, and then we'll pump up possibly possibly up to 2020 or 25 or 26 or something like that. But personally, I feel like that's too high. Realistically, 23, 24 for the September earnings. But it also depends on where we bottom out. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't know. And then just to reiterate on this tinfoil, because it fucking hit, and I don't want to hear bullshit from anybody anymore. I mean, even after we hit 18, people were still telling me that's not what they were saying. That's impossible. People don't know how to understand and the language of tinfoil, and it just really annoys me when people try to tell me that I'm wrong. Personally, the number of times that I have correctly interpreted tinfoil, I don't think that there's anybody else in the entire world in the GME community who understands the cryptic language of tinfoil as much as me. I've correctly interpreted too many things too many times at this point for people to dismiss what I'm talking about. And this one in specific, GameStop posted this June 14th. GameStop looked me right in my face and told me my PS3 was worth $18. It is a tweet that specifically mentions a specific price target, and it uses this specific meme. The last time they did this was in May 21st, 2025. Was this? Let me pull this up again. Yeah, May 21st, right around there. And they posted this meme, and the text was, GameStop said they'll give me $174 for this. Are they insane? It's a used 3DS, bruh. I didn't expect more than $40. Obviously, the 174 is a little high. So personally, I didn't think that was going to be like. I misinterpreted it because I thought MOAS. I originally thought MOAS was going to be in May 2025, among the previous times before that. So I thought that the 174 was the number to look at, but it ended up being I didn't expect more than $40. That was the true number to look at, because if we go back to then, 35.81, that was during market hours, and then it was 30. It was 37.49 for extended hours. So it is 2 times now that GameStop has used this meme specifically without putting any text on it, just the meme itself, on a reply or a retweet of another person's post that posted specific price targets on that. And so it's 2 for 2 now. This is a pattern. And so the date and the time that this was posted, I had interpreted as as the calendar days being July 24th and the trading days being August 17th, because the 6th was basically the June, and it landed right in between these 2 dates, right in that zone. I don't know what to make from that. But it's also interesting because this meme on May 22, this was literally parabolic day for that May 2025 movement. This right here, this movement right here, that was May 22. They posted that meme literally right here. Literally here. And then poof, not expecting more than 40, which, yeah, that worked. That's twice now. And so I think it's important that we go back and we reanalyze these different GameStop tinfoil tweets. And then we see if it actually meant something, if it actually worked out. Because people who talk all day, oh, I think it's this. But if they don't go back in time and look at the actual what happened, then it just becomes another fucking like piece of shit in the ocean. And so that's why it's important for me as a tinfoil connoisseur to actually go back and look at this shit. But the whole concept of the box, I put out a space call on X, Twitter, back last month, so exactly about a month ago, because I got really excited because I was like, oh shit, I know what the box is. And basically the box is this. This was the first box. And it goes up until right about $18, $19. That's the top of that box. And this is from Roaring Kitty's Stock Charts website. And once we got in that box again, boom, we got in that box again, it was boom. And so I think this time we touched the box, basically the top part of that box. So I thought that the box is basically $10 to $18. So when we enter that box, Big Boomies comes shortly after. And so we're in basically that wind up period right now. We're in the box. And so soon after, Big Boomies. And I'll post a link to that on my big links post later. I already talked about this. Cool. And now we're going to get into the rest of 2026. But before that, let me get around to these chats. Davey Boy, I do not stream every Saturday. I stream every couple of months. Basically when I compile enough information or enough news comes out that I feel that I need to put out another video. And because of the news from this past week, yeah, it was about time again. As of right now, I don't know when the next time I'll probably do another stream, but I don't know, actually thinking about it now, it'll probably be at the end of September, early October, something like that. Very likely I'll do another stream before the warrants expire for sure. Yeah. Alex, hello to you in Costa Rica. Yeah, it's going to work out. It's going to work out very well. We just need to play these cycles correctly. We got to make sure that we're not in the, oh, it's MOAS right now, I just got to hold. Don't do that. And I'm talking about options. For shares, I'm just going to accumulate them. I would like to have as many shares as Richard Newton one day. I want to become a 6x holder. So in the hundreds of thousands of shares of GameStop, I would love to get to that point where my GameStop shares position is worth a couple $1,000,000. That'd be fucking awesome. But the only way I'm going to get there is if I time these options trade perfectly. So we'll have to see. Jibe, I'll check out your 13 to 10 handle. But again, I don't think we're going to get that low, my dude. I do not think we're going to get that low. Yeah, there's too many things working in our favor for us to go that low, in my opinion. Miles Moas, how you doing, my dude? Glad you could join us. Love you too. Let's go. Always love seeing you live, I can tell you. Listen to the boss. Freedom. Yeah. Yeah, but also pain. If you guys have watched Dune. I haven't watched Dune. I haven't watched any of the Dunes. All right, cool. We're caught up on the chat again. And 100 messages today. Sweet. Coolio. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, yeah. Rest of 2026. Yeah, so we're coming up on height dates, basically. So next move's coming up. Basically, in my opinion, hitting $18 the week of 8/3 was a huge checkpoint. It was something that I needed to happen so that we could break out of this. Because again, I'm a huge believer in the double bottom theory, and now we have double bottomed. So now we can move into the next uppies. But immediately from here, yeah, I'm thinking we're going to be bouncing around the bottoms and likely caught in a channel between 18 and 22. Can I post this here? Hold on, let me pull up a video for you guys. Why is this video not opening? Open! Wrong video. Is it? What the hell's going on? Is this the right video? Yeah, bouncing along the bottoms. Oh, man. Too funny. Fucking SpongeBob, bro. Oh, okay. Wait. Is there another one? You better get ready. Promotion. I'm ready. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Patrick.
Good luck, SpongeBob. Hey, look for me at the ceremony. I got a little surprise for you. Look at feeding me.
Oh man, SpongeBob is so quotable, so good. But yeah, I think we're just going to be bouncing around the bottoms for about the next month, basically until September earnings. Likely caught between channel of 18 to 22. And as I've said, I've already started dollar cost averaging on $18 calls for December 2028, those leaps. And the next big checkpoint that I'm looking for to know that the bottom is done and that we're exiting this sideways period is XRT coming off of REGSHO. And then I'm also looking towards the end of this exchange period, the VWAP period. Those are the two things that I'm looking forward to know that we're like resuming uppies again. I'm gonna go into XRT on REGSHO just a little bit, just so that you guys can see like the data for why I am putting so much emphasis on REGSHO. Let me turn these off. But all of these highlighted periods are when XRT is on REGSHO. And then the unhighlighted period, right at the end of it, you see a little pop. And then while it's, this one's weird. This one was from February until April of 25. This one was a really weird REGSHO period for XRT because it was trading extremely volatile within this period. So this one was harder to view. But then when it comes off this period, about 8 trading days later, it bottoms, and then we had that huge pop. So yeah. And then here last year, this was the end of last summer, XRT comes off REGSHO, big pop. And then even closer, REGSHO was, the last time it was on, or XRT was on REGSHO was from the end of February going into April. Look at that, REGSHO on, and then it comes off like 3 days later. Oh, look, pop. And so we're in a REGSHO period. Oh, look at that, down and sideways, just like every other REGSHO period, basically. And then these info lines basically tell us how big of a sequence it was. For this one, it was plus 14.5%. For this one, plus 39.5%. For this one, plus 24.5%. And then for this one, plus 19.4%. How big is this next one going to happen? I don't know. I don't know. But this is the data. I was talking about REGSHO in one of my posts on Twitter a couple weeks ago. And then some dude went on there and he was just like, what are you talking about? You know nothing ever happens. And I was like, are you fucking serious? I do research every time I fucking put anything out on the internet because I know that the internet lasts forever. And so I take a lot of painstaking time and energy and effort into getting this stuff right. I don't say things just for the sake of saying them. I have data to prove it. And this is XRT coming off of REGSHO, XRT coming off of REGSHO, coming off, and then boom, 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 every single time. Every single time. I still have to work on extrapolating the data, like going back all the way to 2021. I'm working on it right now, but it just, oh my God, it super fucking annoys me when people say dumb shit without any data to prove it. And all they're doing is either parroting what other stupid people have said, or they're just making assumptions because they didn't do the research into something. And it just, we need to be better than that, in my opinion. We call ourselves researchers, then fucking research. Stop talking out of your ass. And it just, oh my God, I can't explain fully how much it annoys me when people do that. Another big thing to pay attention to, the 2029 leaps, they're going to hit the market on September 14th. So that is going to be right around the same time as the earnings period. So I'm going to wait to see what the price looks like around that time before I jump into December leaps or 2029 leaps. But I just want to let you guys know that on September 14th, that is when they start trading. And because of this bottom that I think that we're at, I think that's going to be a good time to enter into them. Yeah. And then September OPEX is 918. OPEX is usually a down period for GME, no matter what the heck is going on that month. But with the pretty much only the exceptions of September and October of 2024, those OPEX days were actually big boomies. Yeah, this was September OPEX of that year. And then, oh wait, I think this was October OPEX of that year. But then a week later, just about, boom. And then, boom. Yeah, convertible note, VWAP 923. So basically everything that I have said about September from before this exchange event still in play, in my opinion. Yeah, and then I was talking to you guys about the M&A deal, about GME possibly needing to be a higher price for us to get the best deal. But that only comes into play if we're trading shares for eBay. If we're just doing cash, then we can do that whenever we get the money. So we'll have to wait and see. I personally think Ryan Cohen is trying to do a 100% cash deal, all cash deal, 100% stock, zero cash, or 100% cash, zero stock, because that just seems like the most advantageous way for us to move forward as GameStop investors, because we wouldn't have to dilute GameStop at all. We would take on debt, obviously, but if he can get it somehow favorably at like 0% or something ridiculous at that, then shit, that seems like a great deal to me. Obviously, he has a much better idea about the financing and what he's trying to do in his plan and everything, and I'm excited to hear and see what he decides to come up with. But then coming up very soon, obviously, we're going to come up on the warrants expiration. I have a feeling that as soon as the warrants, or as soon as the share price hits 32, Ryan Cohen is going to start exercising his warrants. And I would assume that Roaring Kitty is probably going to do the same thing. And then I'm going to assume the rest of us are going to be doing the same thing. Once we get into October, I will go more in depth on that, on my own individual plan for warrants. But we'll see. But right now, yeah, Ryan Cohen currently, warrants included, he's at 42 million shares. He's the largest single shareholder of GME. He's sitting at 9.39% ownership. And again, those are the average prices. He might buy more shares after this VWAP period is done, especially because of how low the price is. I could foresee a situation where he doesn't, simply because of the M&A and the insider knowledge and stuff like that. But because of the price, I would think that he would at least want to buy it. But the question is he allowed to? And I don't know. But if he does buy, then he would be officially over 10% again. But that's only if he ends up buying more. So that's question mark. But right now, because of these low prices, I would assume Keith Gill is buying more shares. I don't see why he wouldn't. I think he has also been waiting for this $18 price zone. And then I would also imagine as soon as the warrants hit 32, he's going to exercise his warrants. And then I would imagine sometime soon after that, because of this bottoming period, I'm expecting this is the last time that we're going to see these prices. I would assume or guesstimate that the next time we hear from him, it might be that he files a Schedule 13G, officially owning over 5% of GameStop. That would be fucking awesome. I mean, obviously that goes into the gamer chair, man. Let me maybe that wasn't it. Was it the time? Okay. Yeah. You guys remember the Time magazine from December of 2024? Basically, I interpreted it, part of the meaning was that he was going to go from 9,001,000 shares to his goal of 24 million shares. And that would be just over 5% ownership of GME. So I have a feeling he's trying to do that soon. And then GameStop, Teddy unveiled October? I don't know about that one. I don't know. I've guessed every year that Teddy was going to come this Thanksgiving. And so I guess I'll continue that journey, because why the fuck not? But I've been hurt so many times by Teddy that I just don't know. Things are looking good, but things keep looking good, and then we get disappointed in that Thanksgiving. But I'm going to tell you, this fall in particular, it's different for a lot of reasons. And one of the main reasons is because of the warrants. Why would he give us warrants for a strike price of 32 if they're going to expire worthless? And if he foresaw that the timeline wasn't going to work for us to be over 32 by October 30th, why wouldn't he just put the timeline later? Why would he post it so late? I personally, again, I'm going to say it, Ryan Cohen understands these cycles. And because he understands these cycles, he's playing them, and he's giving us a heads up Something's gonna happen before these warrants expire, so you better fucking load up the boat before then. Speculation. Yeah, Boomie checklist again. XRT coming off of REGSHO. It's been on since May 5th of this year. And then the StopLights DD. And then also trying to catch a falling knife, basically. Which is, this is from a Roaring Kitty tweet from back in 2021. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to catch the falling knife. We're trying to catch the bottom and then ride the upward wave from there. That's the goal. I'll get into this later when I talk more about the T+35, which is going to be a different stream. Yeah. eBay just announced their Q2 earnings last week. They gave the financials for it last week. And then the 13F Q2 filings are going to be this coming week. Something to look forward to. OPEX is going to be on the 21st of this month. September 8th or 9th is likely, in my opinion, based off of history, that's likely where the next earnings report is going to be. Keep in mind, 9/7 is Labor Day. It's a little bit later this year. And then 9/11 is minus T35 from the warrant expiration. So if Ryan Cohen, there was a post from Fox and Flask talking about the typical timelines of M&As that other ones that he's paid attention to and been a part of. We'll get to that post in a little bit. But 9/11, that date in general, that's kind of like a deadline for basically if Ryan Cohen wants if Ryan Cohen wants the eBay M&A to be the catalyst for the warrants to go in the money, then he basically needs to give us the tender offer by 9/11. Obviously, that's not like set in stone or anything, but that's just a guideline for what we should expect if he's trying to make some moves before the warrants expire on 10/30. And then obviously, again, 9/14, 2029 equity leaps are added. 9/23, the exchange event VWAP period closes. And then 9/25, that warrant expiration, that's going to be the calendar days 35 from there. So 9/25. So I think everything's going to start happening before 9/25, in my opinion. And then this is my version. Oh, whoops. Where's the Lego chart? This is Lego chart 17. We are here at that bottom. Here at that bottom. And then these are the expected dates that I have right now. Obviously, tentative, subject to change. I'm sure I'm probably going to get up to like version 30 by the time this thing finishes in 2028. So we'll have to wait and see. Oh yeah, talking about September again. Oh, 9/01 is one of the dates that I have for RK's possible return. I have that in, I think, other topics once we get to there. Which, oh my God, whoever has been following this stream for the past 3 hours, basically 3 hours that we've been here. Thank you. You guys are troopers. God, this is a marathon. I still haven't gone to the bathroom. I don't need to go to the bathroom though. I probably will soon, but we'll see. Yeah, remember Cat Day is 10/29. That's also Avocado in My Anus Day. That is also right next to the warrant expiration of 10/30. I think something's going to happen on Cat Day this year. I wouldn't be surprised if this is where like DK Butterfly comes back and we get our cash payout if we get it this year. I think that should have been an October thing, but I'll just move that there for now. Yeah. But what I was talking about earlier, that Fox and Flask post, this was a comment that I made on it, basically saying 5 to 7 weeks is the window. Actually, let me just pull up this post because Fox and Flask, it was a great post. Yeah, he's had a lot of experience with M&As and stuff like that, so I take his words very seriously. Actually, let me just fucking read it. Everyone is anticipating GME to submit a tender offer directly to eBay shareholders, but what happens after that? Well, let's say the tender offer drops the morning right before the market opens, and then everything moves at once. IV immediately spikes for both stocks. eBay moves higher towards the $125 headline price, but usually not all the way there, because the market immediately discounts deal risk, financing questions, and the uncertainty around how many holders will actually tender. GameStop trades the other way first, down, as investors price in the cost, dilution, and integration risk of trying to absorb a much larger company using half cash and half volatile stock under a collar. Options flow explodes, arbitrage funds start buying eBay and shorting GameStop, and intraday volatility in both names spikes as every new headline gets repriced through the spread. From there, the offer has to stay open for at least 20 business days once it starts, and it can run longer if GameStop extends or amends it. Happens quite often. That tender window becomes a concentrated volatility period. eBay stock trades up towards the offer but sits below it, while GameStop stock chops around as investors keep repricing dilution, financing risk, and where the collar will land. Because the offer is straight to shareholders, each holder decides individually whether to tender. The board will express their view, but it's just another piece of information in the background. If GameStop drops their historic Q2 earnings results during the tender window, then GameStop can rally, improving collar terms and lowering expected dilution. This would be within that VWAP window. And then once the tender ends, the percentage of eBay that GameStop controls determines both if and how fast the tickers combine. At or above 90%, GameStop can use a short form merger under Delaware law. That typically takes about 1 to 3 weeks after the tender closes, so the full journey from morning of offer drop to a single combined ticker is roughly 5 to 7 weeks. Pay attention to that, roughly 5 to 7 calendar weeks. If they capture between 50 to 90%, GameStop controls eBay but needs a longer form merger with a proxy regulatory review and a shareholder vote, stretching the path to something like 3 to 5 months end to end. Below 50%, there is no merger. GameStop ends up as a large minority owner. eBay stays independent, and both tickers remain separate unless and until a new deal is launched later, or maybe the strategy shifts for GameStop. I don't have a crystal ball, and this is just an outline of what to expect, so please don't be angry or respond to this like I'm saying any of this is objective or fact. And so going with the at or above 90%, with the shortened timeline, that's what I'm assuming is probably going to take place. Basically, that 5 to 7 weeks window is between C plus 35 and T plus 35. Exactly. So basically, if they do that over 90%, then from the day of tender offer to the day that it becomes a combined single ticker would be about T plus 35, which would mean if he can put the tender offer out before 9/11, then that will be giving us the window of T plus 35 that ends in time with the warrants expiration at 10/30, which would guarantee that the newfound company, a $10 billion company swallowing a $50 billion company, becoming a combined $60-ish billion company, yes, we are going to trade above $32. I forget what my exact number was, but I did some napkin math, and I'm pretty sure we'll be in like the 60s for share price for the new combined company, all things considered. Yeah. And so I'll post a link to this post so you guys can read the rest of it if you want. Yeah, but that's, at this point, yeah, I'm expecting 100% cash, or at least 90% cash, and very minimal stock. Basically, because if you get rid of the stock portion of it and you just deal with the cash portion of it, it becomes a much more enticing deal for eBay shareholders, because basically they just get more money than what their shares are worth, and then if they want, they can use that cash that they're going to get from the deal and just buy GameStop shares from there, if they want to be part of the new company, if they believe in it, or they can just walk away with more cash. That seems to me like the better deal to entice eBay shareholders, instead of trying to convince them, oh, hey, this new company is going to be better, you should give us like part cash, part stock. That seems more complicated to me. But I don't know, we'll see, because most of the eBay shareholders are institutional anyway, so they're probably thinking long term. They probably see the value of GME in the long term. I mean, we just saw BlackRock added to their shares for GameStop, and they're like, I think, the third biggest shareholder of GameStop right now, and they're like the second biggest shareholder of eBay or something like that. So they're financially incentivized from both directions to have this deal not only go through, but work to an amazing degree. Yeah, let's talk about the cat day. I'm gonna pull up for October. In my last video, I posted about the 5-month Timebomb, which was basically a big sign that I saw from November of December of 2023, which basically was right around here. There was a huge FTD spike that was very abnormal comparatively to the rest of what we saw, like in this portion of things. And this ended up being a 5-month time bomb for this. And so I saw something similar here in May of this year. So if you take 5 months from there, it adds up to October of this year. And it's interesting because the that 5-month timeline is basically T105 / C147, right around that time period. So I don't know. Dominoes seem to be set up. Yeah. But yeah, I saw that in May. And then I'll post a link to this portion so you can see the more in-depth analysis that I did on it. But yeah, this is still working very well. We don't need to go through that. Oh, wait, then this is just some other tinfoil that leads to October. But if you guys remember the last time that Roaring Kitty streamed, he was late to his live stream. It was he had scheduled it to start at noon, but then the stream started at 12:25, and it had about a 2-minute intro. And then Roaring Kitty himself did not appear until 12:27, so 27 minutes late. And at that time he was having like a seizure. He was like hospitalized. And then finally he wasn't saved until 2 or 12:29 p.m., which was 4:20 in his stream clock. So basically 27 minutes late, and then at 29 minutes he was saved. And then at 1:09, which was about 44 minutes and 58 seconds into the stream, he says, it might be time. It might be time. So to reiterate, that's what it was. And so I basically calculated that out to, from the date of his stream, putting it out to months. So if you put it out to 25 months, it brings us to July 7th of 2026, which just happened. Which July 7th, that's basically seizure mode. So at the 25 minutes late, stream starts. And then 27th is seizure mode. And then it doesn't until the 28th or the 29th that he's saved. And so this is, October is at 28 months. So if we take another one, that'll be about November 7th of this year. So November 7th, that's when he will be saved. Guys, the timing of that, come fucking on. It fits too perfectly. It's too perfect. I honestly, at this point, I think that that's probably what his stream solved. Like the whole question of why was he late? I think that that's it. Because think about it. From July of 2026, hospitalized. Dude. Actually, I'm just going to play it again. I'm going to play the beginning of that stream because I just fucking love it so much. We're just gonna watch this for like the next 3 minutes because I just think it's fucking hysterical and I love it so much. He's a genius. Fucking genius. Roaring Kitty, if you're in the stream right now, shout out, boy. Shout out. Man. I need this dude to tweet Winnie the Pooh. And I need Brian Cohen to tweet Winnie the Pooh. Or Chairman. One of the two. Look at that. He's saved at 4:20. He's saved at 4:20 on the stream.
Oh shit.
That's crazy to me.
Am I okay?
Oh. Something that I also just realized was that at the 28 minutes late mark, that was when it went into the overdrive for the heartbeat thing. So yeah. Feels like October is like the end, right before the beginning of something new, baby. But that might be Roaring Kitty late to his live stream being solved. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But boom. I gotta rewatch the stream again. Yeah. But moving on to the warrants, that's really important. I tried to do some digging a couple months ago into the exercise cost basis date. Basically, if you exercise the warrants on the new shares that you get, what is the date for the cost basis? Did it take the automatic like long-term what's that called? It's either the difference between short-term and long-term for the cost basis, so you can get taxes on it. But basically, the date that you exercise it will be the date that you bought the shares, and that'll be the new date. So the new shares that you get from exercising this, it's not going to be automatically grandfathered in by the original shares that you had that got you those warrants in the first place. So just something to keep in mind. So the new shares that you get, they will start completely fresh. And I got that information from other people who had already exercised their warrants by now. And just so you guys know my game plan, I'm probably not exercising my warrants. I'm probably just going to wait until they go in the money, and then I'm probably going to sell them. And then I'm going to use those proceeds to basically buy longer dated calls. Basically, in terms of shares, I am using these prices right now in order to get the best prices, because I don't really understand the logic behind trying to get shares at 32 when I have a perfect opportunity to do them now at 19. And so I am loading up on all the shares that I'm going to want for this next Boomie cycle that happens, and then pretty much the rest of my money I'm going to put towards calls so that I can play them correctly this time. And so I just want to let you guys know what my game plan is currently. At least I might exercise some. I don't know. Yeah, but we'll have to see. I'm probably not going to exercise. I'm probably just going to sell them. Yeah. And then coming up on November 19th, that is when GTA 6 is going to be released. And I know that that is going to be a huge day for GameStop in general. I don't exactly know how, but I have a feeling either people are going to buy consoles so that they can play this game, so with this date, I think this is just when it's going to be released via online digital download. And I think a month later in December, that's when the discs are going to be released. So I'm not sure exactly how that is going to affect GameStop and their the earnings for the next period, which would be in March of 2027. But it's something to look forward to. Also, as a big fan of Grand Theft Auto, I've played all the Grand Theft Auto games since Vice City. Oh wait, did I play San Andreas? I might not have played San Andreas. But I'm a huge fan of the series, and just in general for video gamers. That's fucking awesome, dude. I'm waiting for this for over a decade now. So, super stoked. Yeah, and then just reiterating again, I think Ryan Cohen needs eBay before he can unveil Teddy. Yeah, in my timeline, I currently believe that Teddy comes this Thanksgiving. RC's meme was posted at 11/29, which could translate to November 29th, which would fall on Thanksgiving Sunday this year before markets open on November 30th. So the Sunday after Thanksgiving. I don't know. We've said Teddy makes Thanksgiving great again every Thanksgiving since 2022. So I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. And also it's called Project Sling because that's the slingshot rock that David uses to defeat Goliath in their battle. And eBay, in my opinion, is the slingshot rock. And then coming up on December, I don't know who said this, but I made a note of it, and I can't find anything that corroborates it when I tried looking again. But somebody said the BBBYQ final decree is penciled in for December 2026. I don't know. I don't know. But this tinfoil right here, this, oh my god, I gotta show this to you guys. Because this is fucking awesome. The Mr. Resetti tinfoil from GameStop back in March. People were like, what the fuck does this mean? Or at least I was like, what the fuck does this mean? So, posted at 2:21 a.m. on March 28th. And I said this past week, holy shit, I think I understand this now. We'll explain in my stream, which I am doing right now. But this was the tweet. And then this is what it looks like when it's stretched out to normal again. So you take the time, 2:21 a.m. backwards, that becomes 12:20, December 20th. Again, with my ABC peak being in December, that's usually around that time. And so this is, in my opinion, further confirmation bias that there's going to be a squeeze come October to December of this year. Could it take us to 55? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, that's what I've been saying is 55. But to give the lore behind Mr. Resetti, now I'm not an Animal Crossing player, so I'm just regurgitating what other people have said and like doing more research into it. But his purpose is to teach players the importance of saving the game before quitting. He appears outside the player's house after an unsaved reset, delivering a long, angry speech. And the more the player resets, the angrier he gets. Yeah, his primary role has been traditionally to scold players who quit the game without saving. He angrily lectures you for trying to reset your mistakes, getting harsher each time you do it. He represents accountability, forcing you to accept your choices instead of cheating the system. Yeah, he's a mole that appears when a player quits or resets the game without saving, lecturing them on the importance of saving progress. To me, I interpret it as GameStop doesn't want us to give up right before we're about to go Boomie again. And this timeline fits in with December specifically. It's obviously a stretch. Oh man. Obviously it's a stretch, but I think that's what they're trying to get us to do. So, oh wait, I need to put this in the back. So that was my Mr. Resetti 10. We'll have to wait and see. If December ends up being another squeeze, then yeah, there's obviously Mr. Resetti 10 was fucking on point. But again, GameStop has put out tinfoil before. They've put out stuff where it talks about price action and whatnot, and it's come through. It all just depends on how we end up interpreting it and if somebody gets a correct interpretation about it. And for whatever reason, I just happen to be a tinfoil whisperer where I get these interpretations correct a lot of the time. And this is just my current interpretation of this current tinfoil. Yeah, and then back in January 29th, this is what I thought was going to happen. I've been saying this since January of this year, that we're going to hit that upper white line again for point number 3. Oh. This stream has been really long. I don't know if I'm going to go into the rest of this stuff. Or I don't know, we'll see. I got to check the chat again real quick. Beyond the Bell says, if you had to pick a film as a metaphor for your GME tinfoil journey, which would you choose? I have a meme for this. Oh!
The messages we're going to say.
If we knew what the messages were going to say, we wouldn't have to decrypt them at all.
Are we going to watch an 8-minute thing? No, we're not.
We've never even
Has to search through.
with you, Mr. Alexander. Pacific German radio tower.
So this movie is The Imitation Game, starring Benedict Cumberbatch. It is about the Enigma code that the Nazis in Nazi Germany had in order to encrypt their communications across the war. And Benedict Cumberbatch is a mathematician from Britain who was trying to figure out this code. And they spent a very long time trying to figure it out. And basically, in this conversation, it is when he figures out how to decrypt the code. And
So we have a counterpart on the other side who's
this is the moment.
Well, each of us intercepts messages from a specific German radio tower. So we have a counterpart on the other side who's tip-tapping out the messages. Everyone types a touch differently, so you get to know the rhythm of your counterpart. Strangely intimate. I feel as if I know him so well. It's a pity he has a girlfriend, but that's why I disagree with you, Mr. Alexander. Because I'm in love with a co-worker of sorts, and we've never even met.
Well, allow me to buy you another pint, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Let's.
So he's thinking. He's listening over what she was talking about, because basically she was saying, you'll see.
In case you were wondering, that's what flirting looks like.
Helen? Really nice cigarette.
Yes, Alan?
Why do you think your German counterpart has a girlfriend?
It's just a stupid joke, don't worry.
No. Tell me.
Well, each of his messages begins with the same 5 letters. C-I-L-L-Y. So I suspect that Silly must be the name of Fizzamore.
Is it possible the Germans are instructed to use 5 random letters at the start of every message?
Well, this bloke doesn't.
Love will make a man do strange things, I suppose. In this case, love just lost Germany the whole bloody war.
We're gonna watch this part because I just fucking love it, because it gives me so much fucking energy.
Alan?
Well, what if Christopher doesn't have to search through all of the settings? What if he only has to search through ones that produce words we already know will be in the message? Repeated words, predictable words. Exactly.
Look, like this one. 0600 hours, weather today is clear, rain in the evening, Heil Hitler.
Oh, that's it. Exactly. They send a weather report every day at 6 a.m. So that's 3 words we know will be in every 6 a.m. message. Weather, obviously, and...
Heil bloody Hitler.
Heil bloody Hitler.
Here's the 6 o'clock message from this morning.
Yeah, the Rogers...
So they go through and they decode. And then this machine keeps running, and it never stops before. Until the magic moment where everything just fucking clicks.
Oh my God.
And then everything's happily ever after from there. Happily ever after. In quotes. Because it was not happily ever after. But they did end up obviously winning the war. Yeah. So if I had to pick a film for the metaphor of this GME tinfoil journey, it would be The Imitation Game, because the entire time they were trying to solve this complex code, this complex puzzle in order to win a much greater war that affected the entire fucking world. And that is what we're doing here today. Yeah, the Enigma, or the Imitation Game. Great question. Had to think about that. Eclipto. Now's a good time to start paying attention, my friend. Josh Bertrand, what happens when if S&P 500 inclusion? eBay is already in the S&P 500, so I imagine that if we buy eBay, whatever the new combined company will be kind of grandfathered in to the S&P 500. And then, oh my god, big Boomie. Thoughts on early Q2 drop? Thoughts on eBay tender offer during VWAP window? Maybe. Yeah, it's possible. Both of them possible. Yeah. Fox. Pissed about 8 times. I pissed 9 times. I should piss. Oh man. Space Ape, how you doing? Love you and miss you too. Francis. Okay, I was there for that stream and it was evident at then and that it was not time for the thing. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I think that's why he made us Roaring Kitty. I'm assuming you're talking about the Roaring Kitty stream, but I'm assuming that's why he made us wait. That he was going to be late because he was giving us a timeline of when to expect the actual big boomies, baby. And we're coming up on the big boomies. Yeah, I gotta rewatch that stream, man. That's God. Don Knotts, I agree with you about the 32 warrants being used as an exchangeable option for the Teddy Nuco. Because again, I thought that I've been a very strong believer that these warrants are part of the poison pill for a merger and acquisition. He basically gave us these warrants to basically tell us, hey, in the event that GameStop gets acquired by Teddy, the holding company, you guys aren't going to be screwed over. Basically giving us a way to ensure that we have a very favorable outcome at the end of this. So yeah, I believe that falls into my poison pill theory. Son of a SOB, Take-Two seems not very set on giving GameStop money from secondary market sales. That's why it's going digital with no plans for a disc. Cohen seems to say game sales don't really matter for GameStop. There's a lot of nuance to what you're talking about, so I'll talk about it. Take-Two Interactive, there's the developer for Grand Theft Auto, if you guys aren't aware. I think them and Sony and kind of the video game market in general, I do think that they're going towards digital in order to completely destroy the secondary video game market, among other things as well. But yeah, I definitely think it's a money grab. Not only a money grab, but also a cost-saving mechanism. But I think Grand Theft Auto is being released on a disc. I think it's being released on disc like a month later or something like that. But yeah, Cohen did say that game sales don't really matter for GameStop that much. We're definitely moving towards collectibles and other peripherals in general, whereas actual like video game sales, the margins on that are not the core business any longer. And I also think that's a huge reason why he's moving into eBay in general, so that he can branch out of the video game market and just be able to sell literally anything. What he's buying eBay for is to be able to develop a new marketplace. He's going to omni-channel the fuck out of everything. Yeah. So I hope those thoughts were helpful, son of a SOB. Don Knotts, Resetti is a message to the swap rollers. The reset is going to be squeezed. Possibly. I do imagine that whenever the swaps roll, they've basically been able to live off of the volatility and the swings in price from pretty much January 2021 all the way until now. And they have been slowly making money off of these movements at our expense. And yeah, I believe that at a certain point, they won't be able to roll it anymore. Is this Mr. Resetti tinfoil referring to the swaps not being able to reset anymore? Possibly, I don't know. But I also, at this point, I know that the really, really big players who were short GameStop in the past, something tells me that they have found a way to make it work, not necessarily get out of them, but like make it so that they're not bleeding out from it anymore. But that's very, very, very far speculation. Atreyu, how you doing, my dude? Welcome. 55, yes, for extended hours, and 40 something for intraday. Gold says Sony wants to stop doing discs by 2028. I hope the lawsuit against them wins, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. One thing I've noticed in America in general is the ownership laws that individuals and citizens have been poorly outdated. Our politicians are being paid off by these fuckheads. So I think the fuckheads are going to win when it comes to the rule sets and the law front and the legal parameters that define what is illegal and what is legal. So I'm not hopeful that Sony will continue to, or that Sony will change their mind and do discs again. I think personally what's going to happen is there's going to be a good section of people who won't care and they'll still end up buying the PlayStation 6, even if there's no discs. But then there will be a lot of people who will just outright say, you know what, I guess I'm not buying a PlayStation 6. I'm one of the people who doesn't have a PS5. PlayStation 4 was my latest console that I have. And until that thing breaks on me, I don't think I'm going to get a new console. I just don't see a reason for it. There are a bunch of games that would have been awesome to play, but I don't know. I feel like this GameStop play is the best game that I've played so far. So just, I've had my hands full for these last couple of years on that. Yeah. Harmonized Cacophony. Thank you. Yeah, still going strong. Butthole's still puckered up. Thank you. Whew. Oh my God, we're coming up on 4 fucking hours. Holy Jesus. Oh man. Okay, we're going to go through this quickly. But the major developments of the last 8 years. Let's see what the big ones are. Loop Ring died. We have the eBay M&A. Power Packs have launched. Forward guidance. We got the warrants, convertible notes. We got Bitcoin. We sold off our French and Canadian operations. Put Nat Turner on the board. Collaboration with PSA. We've had 3 at the market offerings with $3.47 billion in net proceeds from them. 2024 also had the December Echo for the FTDs. And then 2024 also obviously had Arcade Return and also the bottom at $10. Well, $9.96 or whatever it was. 2023, Ryan Cohen was named the new CEO, and then we also got a new CFO during that time. 2022 was pretty quiet overall, I think. Yeah, or at least those were the only 2 big things that I remember. 2022, we had the NFT marketplace with Immutable X, FTX partnership, NFT marketplace launch on Loopring, another CFO change. We had the Splividend And then we had the GameStop wallet, which is... So basically, NFTs as a whole for GameStop has been... But I do think it was important for us to learn about the logistics of the blockchain and what we can do, because I do think the blockchain is going to come into play again later on. But loopring itself and be your own bank, I don't think so, buddy. Yeah. And then 2021, obviously, that was a huge year. We had a 500 million ABL facility, which is a loan. We opened up a new customer care center in South Florida, which is right where Ryan Cohen lives. I'm pretty sure he lives in Florida. We rebranded EB Games in Canada, but we also sold that off since then, so it doesn't matter. Reno, Nevada, new facility. We had 2 ATMs. I don't know how much net proceeds we had from that. I'd never done the math. Probably put a highlight on that. Back then, we did have Matt Furlong as CEO, and he was on the board of directors. We built the York, PA new facility. Voluntary early redemption of senior notes, which is a loan. And then we had the new board of directors and the RC takeover of the board. That was in January, and that was the reason for the squeeze. Yeah, they appointed a new chief growth officer, chief technology officer, corporate governance update, CFO resignation. And we had the naked short squeeze, Wall Street bets, Roaring Kitty in front of Congress. We had Melvin Capital bankrupt, Gabe Plotkin goes under, and then also Citadel and Point 42 bought them out. And then we had the March, April, May, June, and Echo squeezes, and then the November Echo squeeze. And then that's pretty much what it's looked like since then. 2020, that was when Ryan Cohen bought 12.9% of GameStop. Michael Burry exited his GME position in Q4 of 2020. We also had some senior notes that were early redeemed. We had a Microsoft partnership in October, which helped the squeeze during that time. And then a PlayStation 5 console cycle, that was in September, right there. And then also in early 2020, before the bottom, right around here, we had the COVID market crash and the V recovery, which I count that as the first great reset. And then we had the rewards program redesign, which was the last one, which I forgot to mention earlier, but there's a rumor going around that there's a new redesign for the rewards program. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, so then in 2029, actually we'll do 28 and 29 together because they're important. But 2028 or 2018, that was when RC started passively investing in GME. I want to play this clip for you guys.
Reason.
This is from Gorilius. Thank you very much for posting this. This was helpful.
What was the initial reason to even enter as an investor in GameStop?
Everybody hated GameStop, like forever. Everybody's still like there was when you look at the forces against it, the fact that the business was at the time being disrupted by digital, and so massive secular headwinds going against the business for a long time. So you had basically this in the backdrop. You had a company that was highly shorted. So I like to take the other side of the trade, and I guess it's the contrarian in me that was attracted to the business to begin with. And I invested originally passively,
right,
in 2018, and then the company had a hedge fund that was going after them to get board representation. So the company is really a piece of crap, and the board was totally entrenched, like basically not invested in the business. So they actually originally contacted me because they figured that I was going to be an ally against the hedge fund, and they figured we're going to offer, they got what's called like the NOBO list, and they could see who their large shareholders were. So I own less than 5%, but still a pretty meaningful stake, and they invited me onto the board. And then I learned why. They figured I was going to be a patsy and support them, and they were going to get basically someone that had business experience but would be on their side, and that definitely was the wrong calculation. So I said no, and then ultimately I increased my ownership beyond 5%. I started negotiating with them, and then I joined. I got, 3 board seats. I joined the board along with 2 independents from Chewy, and we joined the board, I believe, January 11th of 2021.
Thank you, Gorilius, for posting that. I haven't seen that interview, the whole thing yet, but that is important information. So basically, Ryan Cohn was the first one to go into GameStop. He might have been around the same time as Burry, but Burry opened up his first GME position. He said that summer 2018, and then in Q2 of 2019, Burry fully exited the position, and then he re-entered with a much larger stake in the summer of 2019. And then after that, he exited in Q4 of 2020, right before like the big part of the sneeze. So he was basically exited like right here, which, I mean, this is still a massive fucking gain, and he definitely made a lot of money off of that. And then Roaring Kitty, he entered his position on June 7th, 2019. And that was from, according to his own congressional testimony, he bought call options on June 7th, 2019, after the stock dropped on weaker than expected earnings and traded at what he viewed as a deep discount, around $5 per share. He continued adding to the position throughout 2019 and 2020. He first publicly shared a screenshot of his roughly $53,000 long position, primarily via options, on Wall Street Bets in September of 2019. That was the first YOLO update. And then he stated he began the investment in the summer of 2019 based on a value thesis involving the upcoming console cycle and the stock being undervalued. So basically 2018 was Burry and Ryan Cohen, and then 2019 was when Roaring Kitty got into the play. So that's pretty much like all the major things that have happened in GameStop since 2018. And I think it's just super important for us to understand where we came from. And then this was the major buys, Ryan Cohen buying January of this year and then April of last year. And as I've been saying, anything under 2170 is a deal of a lifetime. That is the load zone. Shiver me tenders. And then I forgot to mention, but the December 3rd, 2025, those flex calls for 32, I think that was Kitty. I really do. And the reason that I think that was because of how perfectly the C plus 35 and T plus 35 lines up with the other dates that came into play along like the squeeze timeline. It might not be him. There's a lot of other players where it could be, but because of the date itself, it makes sense. Another reason is because of the date, because 12/5 was the Time magazine, and then so 2 days before that was when these flex calls were bought. But I think that a huge part of it is because of where the C plus 35 ends up, and that was on 1/7, January 7th. And if you guys remember from my Mirror Kitty tinfoil, I think 1/7 is like where the drop off happens afterwards. That's where all the pressure lets go. And that lining up perfectly with this, it makes too much sense that it's him. Because basically his reason for buying it earlier and not later was to ignite the FTD sequence going into what we have now and what we're going to come up to in October, November, and December of this year. And then this was just more information on those. But I'm not going to go into it because I think I've done it enough. And then that's just the newsroom. Are there... Cool. No chats to catch up on. And then some other topics that I wanted to go into. I was doing some of the analysis on the streams that I put out, and apparently most of you guys are viewing this stream on your mobile phone. That's insane to me. I have so much information. I don't know how the fuck you read the really, really tiny font on your phone. But I highly recommend, if you have the capability to do so, put it on your computer, your TV, or your tablet so that you can get a larger view of all the words and read along and all the charts and whatnot. Yeah. And then my tinfoil for Roaring Kitty's possible return. I remember one of the things about Roaring Kitty unfollowing Ryan Cohen, it might be because it was like a downward time for GameStop. And so if he unfollows him, then he also has the chance to follow him again. And so I feel like if he does follow him again, that's going to be one of the signals where it's like, oh shit, it's fucking go time again. GameStop's about to fucking blow up. Kind of the mindset of you can't have a reunion tour if you don't break up. Which, if you guys know about Daft Punk, they broke up a couple of years ago. But I have a feeling they're going to do a reunion tour at some point. I would love that. And it's going to be sold out in the first minute. And it's going to be bought up by bots fucking buying up those tickets. And then it's going to be sold for an incredible markup. It's going to suck because I love Daft Punk and I would love to be able to go to that concert. But I don't think I'll be able to because of the way the system works. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I think the next time we see Roaring Kitty will be in SEC Form 13G for 24 million shares from his currently known 9,001,000 shares. And then that 24 million will be about 5.3% of GameStop at the current total shares outstanding of 448 million shares. And from the dates that I could extrapolate from the Time Magazine tinfoil, September 1st, January 9th, February 4th, or April 20th are possible dates for his return. Possibly. But then also, if you go into the Seymour Asses meme, the real latest one that he put out, we see a progression of at least 3 full years before the meme finally fast forwards many years, and then it becomes 12 years in total. So if the meme was originally posted January 22nd, 2025, 3 years from then would be January 22nd of 28. So that's another date for his possible return. I feel like he'll probably return closer than that, but I have a feeling it'll, like, if he does go before that, it'll be like just one-off memes here and there. But in terms of like the giant meme sequence from May of 2024, I have a feeling we're going to get another like 100 memes or something in January of 28. That would be my guess. Because again, Moas. Yeah. Also, another possible date for his return is avocado in my anus, the cat day of every year. I'm going to guess that every year. And one of these years it's going to be right. Harmonized Cacophony, I'll get to you in a second. Or actually, if BBBY and BYON merged, so at this point it would be the BBBYQ, which is DK Butterfly. It would merge with, I believe you're trying to refer to Neighborhood Intelligence. Way down the line. I don't think that that's happening anytime soon. I think I talked about the Neighborhood Intelligence stuff earlier in the stream. You'll have to find that. But yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like later down the line. And I'm gonna play some music from my friend Tommy Honest, from Tommy Honest and the Liars, because he made a GameStop song that he posted a while ago, and I just wanted to share with you guys because I think it's a pretty neat tune.
You and me, total GME. Well, those paper-headed bitches, they all sold. Now time in hand, stretch across the land. Smooth brain apes, together strong we hold. We like the strong, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. We hold forever, but forever still and Melvin too, giving hedgies wedgies all the way to the moon. Giving hedgies wedgies all the way to the moon.
Wedgies.
Giving wedgies to the hedgies all the way to the moon.
And a noogie.
I like the stock.
And purple Norples. Yeah. Thank you very much, Tommy Honest. Everybody give it up for Tommy. Yeah. If you guys have any music that you want to send me, I'll play it on the stream, dude. Especially if it's GME related. I'll probably play whatchamacallit, a song from Body Surf Dan, the real DMT, in my next one. Which I have some, I have like 2 tunes with him. Which, yeah. Dan, I don't know if you're watching this, but I hope you're doing well, brother. And then last thing for the random topics, but if any of you guys play Overwatch on console, please let me know. Add me on there. My account name is Missing No with 3 zeros, and then hashtag 1984 is like my I guess the code that comes after it. I don't really know how it works, but you should add me. We can play. Oh yeah, I would love to play Overwatch with people. Okay. Don Nuts, I wonder if Overstock is going to pivot to blockchain-based house services and whatnot, hence the neighborhood intelligence. I think so. Yes, definitely. They already have the infrastructure to do so from, what's the name of that thing? Damn it. Oh. What's the name of that blockchain company that is trading stocks on the blockchain? I forget what the fucking name is. But yeah, it's definitely set up, and they already own that company. T0, thank you, Bad Robot. Also, yo, how you doing, my man? I read your one post earlier. I don't know if you're just joining now, but good to see you, my man. I always love reading your materials, and man, oh man, you're fucking smart, bro. I appreciate you, man. Oh man, shit's happening. When moon, baby, soon. Moon soon. Actually, this time though, moon soon. Yeah. But let's move forward. Almost done. Loop ring. Goodbye. Good riddance. What a big loss. I sold all my LRC. And I'm never looking back. Yeah, it's going to be tax loss harvested. Oh my God. If you are still holding it, be aware you might not be able to trade it on an exchange if you hold it any longer, because of it basically like sunsetting itself. It doesn't make sense for other exchanges to keep up with the ability to trade it. So just watch out, man. Obviously not financial advice, do what's best for you. But if you're looking to take the loss for tax harvesting, then you might want to think about doing it soon, if not late, if sooner rather than later. And then update on the covered calls that on Bitcoin. Obviously the first time that we saw them selling cover calls was back in the March earnings for the 4Q25. They made some profit off of that. And then I just wanted to update you guys on where we're currently at. So it looks like they're continuing to sell on like a revolving cycle, these covered calls on their Bitcoin. And as of the last one that they had, the one that expired in May, it was for a strike price of 80,000, which those expired out of the money. And then those expired on May 29th. And then the company recorded a gain of 1.1 million on digital assets and related receivables during the 3 months ended May 2nd, 2026. They also did not purchase or sell any Bitcoin during that first quarter. So I like covered calls because while you're sitting on your hands, you're getting paid for it a little bit, especially if you know you're not going to either add to the position or subtract from the position. And I've started doing the same with my GME calls, and they've been some of my best moves since then. And I started selling covered calls last year, and I'm glad that I have. Yeah. And then that's old news from Cover Calls. I don't need to go over that. Macro, talk about like just the larger market in general. One of the big things that I just wanted to bring up was that one of the largest mortgage lenders in the United States, United Wholesale Mortgage, fell to an all-time low after suffering its largest drop in history. This was literally like 2 days ago. As you guys should be aware, the mortgage lending was a huge bubble that popped during the housing crisis in 2008. And so with these guys, basically what they did was they reported a net loss of 451 million, 451 million. And then they suspended their dividend. And then they also diluted, and they got about $2 billion. So they probably, I mean, this guy financed a lot. He thinks that they basically bought them about like a year of like leeway before the next happens. This feels like a precursor event to the big crash. And one of the big things that I've been paying attention to is what's going to happen these next couple of years in terms of like the big bubble. I've been saying since the end of last year, I think that this year was going to continue to go up, and the bubble probably wasn't going to pop or top out until next year, 2027, possibly 2028. Or no, I think I said 2027. And then I said that 2028 was probably going to be like we're deep within the crash and it fucking just sucks for everybody involved. And then that is when Donald Trump, election year 2028, is going to swoop in and save the day, and then also pull all of these different executive actions that basically gives him a way to continue being president past his term, past his 2 allotted terms. Something like this has not happened since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which was like the 1920s, which was also the last time that we saw a Great Depression. I don't know about you guys, but something tells me we better get our fucking shit handled by 2028. Like us as individuals, because if you do not have your shit handled by 2028, you are going to be royally fucked like everybody that was fucked in 2008. Please let us figure out this fucking puzzle this year. Please. But just something to keep in mind. The timeline that I had predicted for a while, it's working. It's working. I don't know how else to say it, man. Yeah. And just going into the final thoughts of everything. This week, literally everything happened the way I wanted it to. It has been many years now where I've had a week like this, where literally just everything in my life was just working exactly the way that I fucking wanted it to. It truly feels like all the final pieces of this puzzle are falling into place. And I'm just really proud of everybody's resilience. This community has been around for fucking 5+ years now. And we're still here, we're still fighting, we're still digging, and we're still doing everything that we've been doing. We're definitely broker. Most of us are broker than what we had, but I think that's a combination of a lot of things, including not getting paid as much, but then also inflation, the cost of living, rent prices have exploded. Basically, everything got more expensive. And then all the money we were making was less. And so we're gonna have to hit this kind of like middle ground area where it's like, okay, something's gonna happen in society where people are like, yo, fuck this shit. I think we're going soon, man. I think we're going fucking soon. Yeah, but I just appreciate everybody in this community. I appreciate all of the wonderful encouragement that you guys have given me over these years, and especially this year in specific. Yeah, it's been tough. it's been tough for a lot of it. I've had to eat a lot of shit from a lot of different angles, from people just doubting me and not seeing what I'm seeing and completely dismissing my ideas and whatnot. But this year, I said, we're going to solve the GameStop puzzle this year. And so far, it really, truly does seem like it. And I'm very hopeful and thankful and grateful for everything that's happened so far. Yeah, I'm really proud of this community. Yeah. Bad Robot, thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate all of your words, kind words. I appreciate your thoughts always. Good to see you smile as well, man. I hope you're smiling. Senior Chief Keef, why does this dude sound like DFV? I mean, I guess I'll take it as a compliment. But I feel like me and him are two peas in a pod. Obviously, I don't know him as a person. I've never met him in real life, but from what I do know, for the most part, I like him. Obviously, no one's perfect. There's a lot of things where it's just like, I don't know, whatever. But everybody's human. Everybody's got their bad days and whatnot. I'm not perfect as well. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of my stream. I appreciate everybody who's been here for the past 4 fucking hours. Holy shit, what a marathon stream. This was straight 4 hours. Absolutely insane. But it was definitely a lot of different material that we needed to cover. I hope I can do another stream again within the next 2 months, but we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of pieces falling into place, and I just want to make sure that when I put out data that it's important and that it's helpful. I don't want to put out bullshit. I don't want to do things for clicks, even though that's how you get paid on Twitter, which is I fucking hate that. We're incentivized to put out bullshit, which is so annoying. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining. I appreciate you, especially those of you who are here for the whole 4 hours. And those of you who are watching this later, I appreciate you as well. And I hope all of you have a fantastic rest of your summer. I hope you're able to get out, enjoy the sun, go on vacation. Yeah, I want to say just bye to the final thoughts on the people. Don Knotts, love you as well, my dude. Thank you for always joining. Plasmatron, keep on keeping on. I appreciate you as well, my friend. Nightmare Zerathos, you're the GOAT. Thank you for joining. Base Mechanic, prayer hands to you as well. Thank you for joining. Talk to Plants, thank you. You good as well. And you aren't that important. Thank you very much for your kind words. Yeah, we're locked fucking in, dude. Let's do it. Adam, cheers to you as well. Thank you. Sancto, I try to be myself. That's all I can be, but I appreciate your kind words. Atreyu, yep. Rocket Moon, baby. And a big heart to you as well. Sancto, thank you again. And Gold, yeah, we're Zen, baby. We're fucking Zen. Anyway, that's all I have for today. 741, oh my god. Thank you, everybody. Bye.